Like all of our meetings, it's being held remotely using the Zoom platform, and we are recording this. I always like to give people a warning so that if they don't want to be recorded during public comment and would like to not appear as a public record forever and ever, they can turn off their video. So let's start off with updates and announcements. I'd like to make a couple announcements before we get going. So President Biden, in a statement on March 29th, and it's nice to be able to say that president instead of another president we once had. Well, he reminded us of the importance of continuing to take preventative measures to stop the spread of the COVID virus, as variants continue to spread and cases are on the rise across the country. He called for continued masking and social distancing as his administration works to get more people vaccinated as quickly as possible. In Brookline, we were among the first communities in the nation to impose a mask mandate. Dr. Jett saw the need even before the CDC and Dr. Fauci saw the need. I want to reaffirm that in Brookline, you are required to wear a mask when out in public and in commercial and other establishments around people. This is not just to protect you, but to protect me and other people who may be around you. It's a matter of respect for your neighbors and their elderly or sick relatives, and a matter of just common human decency. So in Brookline, we are in line with President Biden in keeping our mask on for the foreseeable future, at any rate. The second thing I'd like to sort of announce is that in today's article, there's in today's Globe, there's an article reporting on the firing by Netta of the only Black woman on the company's leadership team. You know, this select board has to be careful not to inappropriately intrude on the corporate prerogatives of local businesses. But we can comment, and my comment is that if their diversity is so thin at the management level that the loss of one person stands out, that is an issue of concern to me, and I think to the entire select board. In addition, I'm a little concerned that Netta's parent corporation, Parallel, a multi-state cannabis company with far-flung investors, who may have little knowledge or interest in local issues of their subsidiaries, may be making decisions that will have negative impacts here in Brookline. For example, you know, the firing of Kim Napoli, which was reported in the Globe today, it may be an example of that, and the earlier separation of Amanda Rossitano, who was an excellent representative of Netta for many, many years. Maybe that's a reflection of distant investors putting pressure on a local subsidiary. So what can the select board do about any of this? Well, we don't know, probably nothing, but we may find out if Parallel's upcoming merger in connection with their public offering of stock comes before the select board for approval. We'll also find out when Netta's diversity plan comes before the select board for review, and when we have to approve the transfer of their medical license. So stay tuned. You know, we're not going to step outside of our authority, but we do have the right to ask questions. So with that, any other comments from the select board? Okay, seeing none. Ms. Hamilton, would you like to take public comment?
Is that all for updates and news by
Yeah,
others?
I didn't see anyone else wanting to make a comment. Was I wrong? Do you want to make a comment or update?
No, I apologize. I think my internet is acting a little spotty, so I just wanted to make sure.
Okay.
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 So thank you for joining us for public comment. We are all volunteer elected officials who serve out of a sense of duty to this community. and we do our best to represent as many different points of view that are in this community as possible. We have a few rules I'd like to share. Each person speaking is limited to 3 minutes. Please refrain from personal attacks or from addressing personnel issues during this period. You are welcome to send the board members an email expressing your thoughts in more detail. If a speaker has reached the 3-minute limit, violates other expectations, I will ask the other board members if there are any objections before instructing Devin to mute the speaker. Let's begin.
The first person signed up for public comment is Ruth Kaplan. Ruth, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your 3 minutes will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. I'm ready. Good evening, everybody. So I'm here to comment on the ongoing golf course restaurant debate. I know John, I've had some communications with my neighbor John about it. Myself, I'm a non-golfer, but I was one of the over 100 Vineripe supporters who advocated on behalf of Vineripe at the public hearing that was held recently on March 18th. It's my opinion that the staff and members of the Park and Recreation Commission made a terrible error of judgment in awarding the contract to another restaurant, and I hope that decision gets reversed. But what concerns me here tonight, as much as the substance of this decision itself, is the lack of transparency in this process. While it was great to have the opportunity to express our views publicly, and the vast majority of the people who spoke on that Zoom call, myself included, had no clue as to who the actual decider is here and what the weight of our unanimous public comments would have on the ultimate decision. The explanations about decision-making that were made were, in my opinion, cryptic and confusing. We were told at the outset by the procurement director that despite the subcommittee recommendation and the unanimous vote of the Park and Recreation Commission, no final decision regarding the award had been made. At the end of the public meeting, the chair of the Park and Recreation Commission stated something very opaque about needing to consider the legalities, thus suggesting again that the decision was not final. I think you know that I myself have had a fair amount of experience in local government, and I am just baffled by this process. I tuned into the select board meeting last week to hear my former law school friend and colleague, Bernard Green, say that the select board had been deluged with communications from the community in support of Vineripe, but that it was not the decision of the select board, and that there was to be a discussion with the Park and Recreation Committee tonight, which I see is on the agenda, and that town council would be present to answer questions. And by the way, it was never made clear to any of us on that call a week and a half ago what the next steps were going to be. That's why I tuned in last week, because I thought maybe it was last week.
You have 30 seconds.
Sure. My question remains, has there been a final decision and by whom? And since the town invited the public after the fact to weigh in with comments demonstrating such strong townwide consensus for it in favor of Vineripe, what will be the weight of that lengthy session? Why wasn't the public invited in before the unanimous vote was taken? I hope that the public has now been heard loud and clear on this matter, but I do implore all of you to clarify what has been a very confusing process so as to restore our confidence in decision-making in Brookline and to consider how our public process can be improved going forward to be more transparent and restore the public trust. And I hope you accept my critique in the spirit in which it's intended that we can do a lot better in Brookline. Thank you very much.
The next person signed up for public comment is Sandy Dine. Sandy, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your 3 minutes will begin. The next person signed up for public comment is David Gladstone. David, you've been promoted to a panelist, and your time will begin when you're ready.
Thank you. Hello, Select Board. Hello, Mal. My comment is the following. Being in the middle of COVID, to have had a search I sort of questioned the timing of why it happened, when it happened, and then the possible fire drill that happened when the first round didn't yield anything. Really, I'm not asking questions. I'm just commenting on whether it was rational to be able to have a search during COVID. Every select board member and the town manager pretty much know what the restaurants are going through. And to be able to have a search at this point in time, I think the timing wasn't perfect. And that's all I want to really say.
Devin, who's signed up after Sandy?
At this time, there are 43 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment. Sandy Dine did have their hand raised, but if you're having trouble with your technology or you need a few minutes, you can also feel free to send written comment to the select board if you're unable to make a public comment at this time.
And if it's about Vine Ripe Grill, we are taking it up later in the meeting. The chair will have an opportunity to take public comment if he so chooses.
Okay. Public comments over. So next,
Bernard,
yes. Pardon me?
just turning it back over to you.
Okay, thank you. So in terms of public comment, when the item of the golf contract or license comes up, I did give one person who requested time the opportunity to speak for 4 minutes. I would prefer not to have a deluge of public comment at that time, but you know, depending on what other board members think, which we will address at that point. So next, question of approving meeting minutes. We have on our agenda here March 16, March 18, and March 23rd. Now, March 23rd, I believe, was just recently completed, so we can take that off. March 18, I'd like to reserve for another meeting. That includes a fairly detailed conversation on the policing reports by Raul Fernandez and myself. And I need more time to go over that. I think he does too. March 16, I think we are ready to vote on unless someone else has a issue with that. Any problems with voting on March 16? Okay, I move approval of the meeting minutes for March 16, 2021. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather? I think that was.
Aye.
Okay. John?
Aye.
And I vote aye. By the way, I was looking for Raul and I didn't find him because he's not here. He's engaged with the possibility of becoming a new father. So we wish him all luck. I'll try to remember that he's not here when I call out the roll in the future. Okay, next, I'd like to take items 3B through 3F in omnibus fashion. I'll read what they pertain to. The select board has had an opportunity to identify any issues that they have, and there are none. But first, the question of approving and authorizing the chair to execute an amendment to the agreement dated September 6, 2020 between Town of Brookline and Brookline Center for change in a project scope. And question of, that's 3B. 3C, question of approving and authorizing the chair or his designee to execute a developer agreement between the town and the Brookline Improvement Coalition for a roof replacement project at VIC's 1554 to 56 Boylston Street property, which was, as I understand, delayed because of the COVID pandemic shutdown. 3D, question of approving amendment number 1 to construction phase services contract with Vanessa Hungen Brustelin, Inc. in the amount of $63,100 for additional traffic and civil engineering services required to complete the Gateway East reconstruction and transportation improvements project. 3E, question of approving the authorization to hire request for a reference librarian for the reference division in the library department. And finally, 3F, question of approving the authorization to hire request for the senior public health inspector in the environmental division of the Health and Human Services Department. So I'd like to move approval in omnibus fashion. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
The chair votes aye. Next, annual election polling location. Question of approving the relocation of the polling location in precinct 15 from the Baker School to Fire Station number 6 in the rear at 962 Hammond Street. Separately, I think we can take these together. Question of approving the request to allow early voting for the annual town election to take place at Brookline Town Hall in room 103 on the following dates. Saturday, April 24, 2021 from 8:30 a.m. to 1 p.m. Tuesday, April 27, 2021, and Thursday, April 29, 2021, each of those days from 8:30 a.m. to 8 p.m. Any questions from the board about Mel? Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to remind the board that that the assistant town clerk and Mr. Nutting were with you last week, where they previewed the change in the precinct, and we've advertised that as required by law. And also that the board inquired whether a Saturday session could be added to the early voting, and if you see that has been done. So I think that appreciate the responsiveness of the town clerk's office to do that.
Yeah. Nancy.
I'll just add that we did get an email from all town meeting members in precinct 15 who are very supportive of the firehouse being used as a polling place. So that's a good thing.
Good, good. Okay, unless there are any other comments, I'd like to move approval of the two questions, relocation of the polling location and the days for early voting. All in favor, Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
John?
Aye.
And chair votes aye. Next, interim disparity report. And this relates to warrant article 32. The name is a little confusing because we're also working to do a disparity report with respect to our procurement processes. But okay, I see Caitlin Starr is here to discuss this.
I am, and I'm going to share my screen for our presentation. Okay. Caitlin Starr, Assistant Director in the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations. Thank you for having me here tonight to present our report, our interim report. In November 2020, town meeting voted for the town of Brookline to prepare a report on the disparities within the Brookline community. A working group of the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, Community Relations, the Commission, and community members have been tasked with collaborating with other town departments and community organizations to prepare a disparity report. Tonight, I'll be presenting our interim report. Our working group has been meeting bi-weekly since January and includes myself, Heather Schultz, an intern with our department, Joan Lancourt, the chair of the Commission for Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations, Elizabeth Neal, the delivery coordinator at Mutual Aid Brookline, Daphne Bishop, an assistant delivery coordinator at Mutual Aid Brookline, Danielle Mendola, resident services program director at Brookline Housing Authority, and Jeanette Sargent, Steps to Success, Public Schools of Brookline district coordinator. Our goals were to identify disparities that exist in Brookline's programming, resources, and services among traditionally underrepresented groups, to make recommendations on fiscal allocations for the town budget, and identify concrete actions that can be taken by the town to address and remedy these disparities. Before I share the disparities that we've identified and defined, I quickly want to just give a snapshot of our Brookline community. These numbers are from 2019, and it's likely that the pandemic has influenced some of these statistics. But according to census data, there are 59,239 residents living in Brookline, 17.2% identified as Asian, 7.1% Hispanic, 3% Black, and about 68.7% white. Around 12.3% of our community lives below the poverty line. 21% are over the age of 60, 29.1% are foreign born, and 3.5% of residents under the age of 65 have a disability. In regards to healthcare, 2.36% of our residents are uninsured, 6.12% are insured through Medicaid, and 11.2% are insured through Medicare. Our working group identified and defined 15 disparity measures to evaluate for the purposes of this report. That list is here. Access to technology, access and availability to COVID-19 testing and vaccination, access to food, education, employment, housing status, morbidity and mortality, mental health and substance use disorders, quality of life measures, access to adequate transportation, civic engagement, public safety services, language access, childcare, and universal access design. Over the past several months, the working group has collected qualitative and quantitative data from a variety of community sources on 3 of the 15 measures identified. The 3 measures and the recommendations for each that are included in this interim report are the first 3 on the list: technology, COVID-19 testing and vaccination, and food. Access to technology was defined as access to broadband internet, access to a functioning computer or other device, and access to a functioning cell phone. Our working group collected data and information from Brookline Housing Authority, the Brookline Public Library, and the Brookline Office of Emergency Management to better quantify the needs of the Brookline community. Based on the discussions and findings, the working group is making the following recommendations. Provide funding to support Brookline Housing Authority's goal to be able to provide internet to all BHA residents. This is estimated to be about $130,000 to $140,000 a year. Provide initial funding of $40,000 and additional annual funding to allow for sustainable support of a Tech Buddies program that is coming from the Office of Emergency Management. Assist the Brookline Library with community communications about the resources that are available and increase the utilization of the resources that are already there. Provide communications in several languages and identify town support to ensure that residents in need have access to federal programs such as Lifeline and the Emergency Broadband Benefit. Continue to publicize virtual town meetings as broadly as possible to allow for continued increase in public participation and communication, and ensure that post-COVID-19 in-person meeting rooms throughout the town have the proper technology and tools to allow for simultaneous remote access and participation. Next, we defined availability and access of COVID-19 testing and vaccination, and collected data and information from the Brookline Health Department and the Office of Emergency Management. Based on these discussions and findings, the working group is making the following recommendations. Considering transportation to access mass vaccination sites. The Executive Office of Health and Human Services is covering transportation costs for mass health recipients only that can't easily get access to a vaccination site. But this process is not simple, as consumers are still needed to request and receive a P1 reference number. It's a very drawn out process and not always easy to understand. Designated town staff should be able to assist members of our community through the process and offer other resources or alternatives for residents who are not insured. We're also recommending that the Department of Public Health come up with a comprehensive list of testing sites that residents can access without insurance or referrals. We recommend that this list also include the cost to get tested at each site and if they offer a subsidy. And we're also recommending this information would be available in multiple languages. Lastly, for this interim report, we were able to define access to foods as Brookline communities' access to affordable food, including delivery and curbside pickup, as well as access to adequate resources for acquiring appropriate foods for nutritious diet, including food choice and culturally appropriate foods. The working group met with and collected data from the Brookline Food Pantry, Brookline Thrives, the Brookline Public Schools, and Mutual Aid Brookline. Based on these discussions, the working group is making the following recommendations. We recommend that a designated town employee is identified to address food insecurity, as well as ensuring continuity and sustainability of local food resources. Part of this would be a quarterly communication with Brookline's low-income residents, senior residents, and other vulnerable residents, assessing and ensuring the provision of adequate services and addressing any gaps in need. We're also recommending the creation of a comprehensive and centralized list of resources that is available in several languages and easy to access both electronically and in print. We're recommending to emphasize the continued need to alternative means of acquiring food, such as deliveries and curbside pickup within Brookline. A commitment from the town of non-emergency funds to the Brookline Food Pantry. And establish community gardens and awareness campaigns around gardening and nutritional food access. To continue the Brookline Farmers Market outside through the winter season. And collaborate with community organizations and businesses to operate and stock community fridges. Due to time, I focused this presentation on the recommendations, but all of the data that we collected and the full interim report can be found on the Office of Diversity, Inclusion, and Community Relations website under the Disparity Report tab. And that is my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Okay, is the material on your website in additional material to what was in our packet?
Nope, that is what you have in your packet.
Okay, great, good. Let me ask a question first. I mean, some really good recommendations and good presentation of some of the issues that we have. Was there any concern with identifying those recommendations that need to be determined whether the town really can do them? I'm thinking of, for example, the provide funding to support the Housing Authority's goal to be able to do public internet to all BHA residents. I mean, that's a great goal, but do we have the authority to do that? I guess is the question. And is that something that you've looked at?
So right now the working group has defined, and after talking to groups, thinking about how we can reallocate budget, but we have not done any research in where that money would come from and how we would do that, not yet.
Okay. So when you say provide funding, you haven't identified who provides it yet. I mean, it could be private funding, could be town funding.
That one was town funding, not necessarily the entire amount, but that is what the Housing Authority needs in order to be able to provide public Wi-Fi to all residents. And that was just one recommendation, to find the funding, and if some of that could come from the town, that would be good.
Any other questions? John.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Caitlin. That was that was a very, very valuable report, and thank you as well to the people who were part of the working group that did the work on it. I just need clarification on something. As I understood the report, as you were going through it, you're making recommendations in the first three areas of many that you listed. Did I get that right?
Yes, so we have 15 to get through that we need to meet with community organizations and town departments that are either already doing the work or have data around that work. So that's going, our timeline, we're hoping to have the finished report and all of those disparities defined and recommendations associated with them completed by September.
So the recommendations that we saw just now, that's like 1/5 of all of the recommendations we're going to see.
Yes.
Yeah, which I think is important to take note of, simply because I sort of feel the need to get the total picture, before we can judge individual recommendations. And if you don't mind, just give me a little bit more information on, was it called the Tech Buddies?
Tech Buddies program, yes. It's a program through the Office of Emergency Management that is a offshoot, I would say, of their Buddies program, which is a program that they had to connect volunteers with seniors and making sure that they were prepared for an emergency, making sure that they had medications ready and who to call, and kind of knowing what to do in the case of an emergency. And when the pandemic started, they realized that a lot of their seniors that they had been working with did not have access to anybody. And a lot of their health appointments were becoming telehealth appointments, and they did not have the device or the internet available to access those telehealth appointments. There was a lot of isolation, et cetera. So they've shifted their program to be a tech buddies program that would connect volunteers with a senior buddy to make sure that they have a device, make sure they have internet, and then provide training to that individual one-on-one to make sure they know how to utilize that device.
It sounds like a worthwhile program, but it's one of the few recommendations that was very specific, with a targeted recipient of the money and $40,000. And so, I didn't know whether it's worth asking, were other, outlets for that particular funding or other programs that might be weighed against the value of the Tech Buddies program evaluated. I guess I'm a little bit in the dark as to how that particular recommendation was arrived at out of all the possibilities that did it go. Was there consultation with the Council on Aging, for example, that led you to believe that was a really urgent need for seniors?
Well, through the Office of Emergency Management, they have their senior population that they work with and have contacts for. And it was through the need of that specific program that this idea came from, and has been through conversations with the library and Brookline Housing Authority. The seniors are one of the largest populations that have been impacted by lack of access to technology.
Great. Thank you again. And I look forward to seeing the remaining recommendations when all of that is done.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Nancy? You're muted, Nancy.
Thank you, Caitlin. That was a very good report and very also thought-provoking in terms of how we're going to solve these problems. I wanted to ask Mel whether or not we have any specific guidelines yet about the American Rescue Plan and whether the money for the technology for the BHA could be, that money could be used for that. I just don't know. I mean, I know they encourage you to use it for one-time projects, and so this would be a one-time project. So in that way, it would fit.
Well, there's a specific reference in the materials that I've seen to talk about infrastructure improvements, specifically including broadband. But we have not received any formal guidance whatsoever, so it's really hard for me to answer that question.
Okay, so we'll have to take a wait and see and hope that it works out. Okay.
Any other questions? Yeah, I hope that that money is available from the stimulus money because there is a question as to whether the town could directly make that payment. And, I think it's we have to be very careful there. But, we'll find some way to get those things done. So any other questions from the select board, comments? No? Okay. Thank you, Caitlin. That's
You're very welcome.
Very good. And a good first step in the conclusion of the warrant article 32 process.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Mr. Chair, we find ourselves running ahead of schedule unusually.
How'd that happen?
I don't know. Typically, we'd have a lot more preliminary stuff. But although it's not a hearing, we did put on the agenda a time frame for the discussion of the golf course. It's at 6. We could potentially take up a departmental budget presentation between now and 6.
Yeah, why don't we do that?
Okay, let me ask if Devin or Melissa in the background is available to promote one of those departments so they're ready to make their budget presentation. This would be a good time.
This is Devin. I am just texting a few of our department heads as they were not scheduled to be here for another 2 hours. So I am going to see if anyone is on hand.
You're muted, Mel.
Sorry. So I was saying that the problem here is that we have the remaining items are also in public hearings, the granted locations at 7, and then the warrant articles at 8:30. So if there's no budget presentations to have in the next few minutes, we could take some of the warrant articles under number 11, which we've already had hearings on, although I don't know to what extent the petitioners are, planning on being here, or unfortunately, I think we'd have to take a recess.
Let's see. Why don't we see if any petitioners are here and, at least take those warrant articles.
Those will be articles, I believe, on the agenda, we have Article 8, but that's already been disposed of. So there are really only 3. There's 22, 36, and 32.
Okay.
Unfortunately, I think Melissa may be down at the advisory committee, so she can't advise me on the readiness of these.
Then why don't we just take a break? It's a 20-minute break.
Okay.
But I mean, it makes sense. I mean, instead of sitting around trying to wait for someone to come, I'd rather just take a break and maybe have a little dinner.
You were all uncharacteristically quiet during announcements. We were figuring at least 15 or 20 minutes.
Yeah. And we were expecting many more comments, but I'll add one announcement. I was at the vigil for at the high school to support the Asian community against the hatred and violence that we're seeing across the country and even here in Massachusetts, unfortunately. Well, at any rate, while there, I was able to meet our new superintendent, Linus Guillory. And I can report that we're very lucky to have him as our new superintendent. He has an incredible background in the sciences, having worked as an educator at NASA in Texas. And of course, we all know that science, technology, and what else is in STEM? Mathematics, and I don't know what the E stands for, but anyway, we all know that that is incredibly important in the 21st century, and it's a type of learning and the type of sort of modeling that we want our children to have, from the top, in this case, the superintendent. So I'm quite excited about, how, what he can bring to the public schools of Brookline. And I met a lot of other people there too, but
I heard it was a very, very nice.
It's a very, very nice
The
nice
kids
meeting.
spoke really, really well. I regretted that I couldn't go.
Yeah.
But I had reports from people I knew who did go, and they said it was really, really lovely.
It was very meaningful.
Yeah.
People talked about the victims of the Atlanta shooting, moment of silence after each one. There was I guess it was a trio. I was kind of far away, but it looked like a 3-piece band that did what I believe were traditional Asian melodies. I mean, it's really very, very, very good musical performance. So it was meaningful in a very big way. So anyway, why don't we take our 20-minute break and come back and see who's here.
Excellent.
Okay, great. Okay, welcome back. This is the select board meeting for March 30, 2020, and we took a little break because we were running ahead of time, which is an unusual development, but we took advantage of it. Okay, our next item on the agenda is a discussion of the golf course restaurant license that was put out to bid, and a winning bidder was determined, but there was some community concern as to the process and some other issues related to that bid. So last week I said that we would have the Park and Recreation Commission speak to us to sort of answer any questions we have, along with the town council and our procurement officer, Mr. Giancakis. So let's start off. Is there any? I see I see Lee Jackson is here. Do you want to start off, Lee, with summary of the situation? We have your memo.
Thank you, Chairman Green. This is Lee Jackson.
Actually, excuse me, Lee. Devin is reminding me that I did say or tell Lisa Wiesel that she could make a 4-minute presentation before this, before our discussion. And I apologize, Lisa, for forgetting that. I was off on my break doing things and just forgot. So I'll give you 4 minutes. Devin, please tell her when her 30 seconds, when she has 30 seconds left. Lisa, please make your presentation.
Hi, this is Lisa Wiesel. Before I start my time, I just want to say that I've worked hard to pare down my thoughts to 4 minutes, but I respectfully request that I be allowed an additional 90 seconds. I have a lot at stake and I will talk as fast as I can.
Well, you also can send your comments to us, and we will review them. I think.
Okay. I'll talk really, really fast. So the bidding process was flawed. The RFP and the RFQ were written explicitly to prevent me from bidding. They represent age and gender discrimination. Last season, every Tuesday morning at our weekly meeting, Justin Lawson pressured me to offer discounted meals to every golf course employee. Since I was currently offering a 50% discount to him and 4 other management employees, I couldn't afford to do more than that during the pandemic. This conversation continued every Tuesday until September, when I asked him to take it off the weekly agenda. I feel it's vindictive to include that demand on the RFP and subsequent RFQ. Did procurement follow statutory public bidding procedures, including public advertising? And if not, why not? The RFP was advertised on the town website. The RFQ was not. How was the RFQ advertised? In Central Register of Goods and Services and local and minority papers, as is customary? In the RFQ, it states, proposal only covers food and beverages sold beverage sold and distributed at the golf course, which Lee Jackson asked me to interpret during my interview. I stated my interpretation, to which Lee directed me to answer her question with a question. Confused by her question, I asked, am I allowed to do off-premise catering? She abruptly said no. I've been catering for 25 years, which supplements my income. This interpretation of the RFQ seems designed to exclude me. The vendor the commission voted for also supplements his income, but through another restaurant. So if the no catering interpretation is being applied to achieve a vendor who concentrates solely on the golf course, the commission is not understanding that with their selected vendor. Since there was very limited criteria to be judged, what was the process for evaluating each bidder objectively? The following flaws I know for sure. I submitted menus, the winning bidder did not. I have 13 years of experience working at a golf course. The winning bidder has none. My references were not called. The winning bidders were. I am a 63-year-old female-owned local restaurant who gives back to the community. The winning bidder is a much younger male with no connection to Brookline. If this upcoming season produces the same or similar gross revenue as last year, my bid was clearly much higher by well over $5,000 or more. As stated in the winning vendor's bid, there were conversations between him and Justin Lawson prior to being awarded. Why wasn't protocol followed by notifying procurement so other bidders were made aware of these conversations? During the commission's vote on March 9th, the following was stated. All bidders were qualified. All bidders met basic criteria. All bidders had something to offer the golf course. We couldn't go wrong with either of them. The Parks and Rec Commission notified the awarded vendor prior to the public vote on March 9th. To this date, no one has notified me of my status. My contract ends tomorrow. Is there a plan? The lack of urgency in making a decision is stunning. 2 families' livelihoods are on hold here. The vast majority of my employees were Brookline residents and students who are now out of jobs, including myself. During the March 18 public forum, I asked specific questions to be answered by town council. John Bain assured me I would get those answers. 12 days later, I have not heard a word. In accordance with the Massachusetts Public Records Law, on March 12th, I requested any and all information related to the RFQ.
You have 30 seconds.
I'm going to have to go further, sorry. I apologize. I respectfully request to finish my thoughts. After 13 years, I deserve 90 seconds. On March 17th, I received copies of the bids only. On March 24th, 13 days after my initial request, I received an email stating it would take another 15 days. Throughout the pandemic and having suffered great financial loss, I adapted my business model and was able to survive and continue to pay rent, vendors, and employees. Parks and Rec Commissioner Jim Carroll stated before the vote on March 9th, there were no poor choices. Everybody did a great job. There are accomplishments in all participants. Having had 13 years of experience and having entered the highest bid and being a woman-owned, locally operated business who gives back to her community, why such a dramatic change in vendors for a 1-year contract? As numerous townspeople have spoken, it seems foolish, callous, and just plain senseless. The town tried to rectify the lack of community input by holding a public forum on March 18th. Before the public forum began, as I attempted to
You
log
need
in,
to wrap up, Lisa.
I have like 15 seconds. As I attempted to log in, along with dozens and dozens of other Brookline residents, we were notified that it was at full capacity. The town was unable to increase the capacity and asked people to drop off the public forum, and some were even kicked out involuntarily after they spoke. Does this constitute a public forum? As I stated that evening, and I'll say it again here, the golf course has failed me, the procurement office has failed me, the Parks and Rec Commission has failed me, and the town of Brookline has failed me. Take it away.
Thank you. Excuse me. So, Lee, do you want to start off? Lee, you're muted. I see you're speaking.
There I am. Recreation Director Lee Jackson. Thank you, Chairman Green. And it's to start off with, I think Chairman Bain actually has a statement. So I'd like to yield to Chairman Bain if he's on.
Okay. John Bain. I see
Here.
your name.
Chair Bain, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable.
Start video. By the way, while you're getting that together, can I ask Lisa Wiesel to send the board her full statement? And you don't have to answer, just hear it. Okay, Mr. Bain, how are you doing?
Thank you, Chairman Green. I have prepared a written statement. It's very short. Again, my name is John Bain. I'm Chairman of Park and Recreation Commission. And I just have a vision of this golf course. For years, I've felt there is a great potential for the clubhouse and the additional food and beverage sites throughout the golf course. Most recently, a driving range has been added and has been proven to be very successful. And let us not forget the beautiful surroundings of open space that we all enjoy. I would like to see the commission concentrate solely on the clubhouse restaurant to make it a preferred destination and a great experience for our golfers and especially for our general public. To accomplish this, we need to rethink the operations and business practices of this facility. Without changing our thinking, there will be no progress whatsoever. Our clubhouse has tremendous potential, providing food, beverage service throughout the year. There are numerous opportunities at this clubhouse to host private parties, such as business meetings, holidays, birthdays, special events, receptions, and of course, outside dining on our patio with a spectacular view of our fairway. We are so proud of our golf course. Without new resources, creative ideas, this will be difficult to accomplish. I believe that with creative marketing techniques, new financial opportunities, a year-round operation will flourish at this site. The mission of the Park and Recreation Commission is to form a partnership with the town of Brookline and its citizens to maximize revenue potential of the clubhouse restaurant by using highest and best practices on marketing, food preparation, and service, the golf community and the general public throughout this calendar year. Thank you for the board for my opportunity to speak.
Okay. Ms. Jackson?
I'll just add that this situation is a necessity given the end of the contract as stated as of tomorrow. But it is a difficult situation. I understand that we have some questions coming from you today, but I do want to just state that as an employee of the town, hired almost 4 years ago now, I've been a part of hundreds of interviews and interview processes, and I feel like I did my very best to support a fair and equal process. I worked collaboratively with the procurement office, and we feel like that we had a good process and a solid process, even though this is obviously a difficult situation. What we really are excited about at our golf course is that we're looking to change the business model. We really want a 12-month business plan focused on the golf course food and beverage operations, and in the off season, obviously the shoulder season and off season for special events. And I think you all have had the opportunity to hear some of my ideas, but with that, I'll end there and we'll take questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? Heather.
I guess, where do I even begin? I guess I would like to understand a little bit more about why an RFQ as opposed to an RFP. I did read the memo, but I'm still not quite sure. You know, there are some pretty serious allegations and claims about the process, and I didn't really hear too much counter or specific things that were done in accordance to procurement law or being transparent. I mean, people not being able to speak at a public hearing and it was held after the fact. Like, can you give us some sense that this was a good procurement?
Either Lee or whoever else has that expertise. I see Mr. Jankakis here and Mr. Burkheit.
I can comment. My name is David Janikakis, Chief Procurement Officer. I just want to explain really briefly, as I did at the beginning of the public hearing, that the procurement process that was followed, that we're discussing this evening, is a request for quotations. That process is in Chapter 30B, Section 4. It is completely different from Chapter 6, which is the RFP process. The Recreation Department and the Park and Rec Commission came to me, as they do at the end of every contract, and wanted to do a new procurement process as the contract was coming to an end. So in the end of calendar year 2020, Park and Rec came to me. We issued an RFP for this service at the Golf Course Cafe. That service and those requirements were similar, but definitely with changes from prior RFPs. This is bid at the end of the term, prior to the end of the term, every time the contract comes up for renewal. It's required under mass procurement laws. So there were no respondents to that RFP process in January. It was advertised, all the things that have been mentioned. That is an RFP process. An RFQ process is a much more expedited, simpler, lower dollar process. Because of the time constraint that was looming the end of the contract, there was an option, because it is a one-year contract at a much lower dollar amount, to use the RFQ process. And I won't go into all the differences between an RFP and an RFQ, but from my perspective, the RFQ process allowed the town, the Recreation Department, and the Park and Rec Commission to follow a legal and acceptable procurement process. In that process, there is no advertising. That is not required. There is no central register or goods and services or anything like that. The RFQ has been available for people to read, to see. The RFP was available and still available for people to see. There are distinct differences between the two documents. The three companies that responded to the RFQ were all interviewed, and the evaluation committee reviewed those responses. They reviewed, they all participated in the interviews. Me and my office, we guide the departments. We're not voting members. We do not make any kind of decision. The decisions come from the committee that I appoint to assist me in who to award a contract to. Ultimately, for most town contracts that are done like this, I am the awarding authority. I am the department that, in this case, the Park and Rec and the Recreation Department and Golf Course will be making a recommendation to. I want to emphasize that as of today, a contract has not been awarded. There's been some misunderstanding. The reason it hasn't been is because we need to allow for the public input that was done over the past weeks. And I've seen many of the comments. However, the decision, the recommendation rests with the Park and Rec Commission. This has happened every time this contract has gone out to any sort of bid or quotation process. I did notify the recommended vendor, but at no time has he been told that he has won the contract. It was subject to review and approval by the Park and Rec Commission. So I just wanted to let the board know, and any of the public listening, that this is the standard Massachusetts general law procurement process that is allowed. And I want to emphasize that in the almost 22 years that I've been here, I've conducted hundreds of RFPs, RFQs, and other bid processes. And all of them are legal, above board, and truly documentable as legal procurement processes. But I want to thank you for your time and available for questions about any of the procurement processes. Thank you.
Let me ask this question. From what you just said, it sounds like the final decision maker is the Park and Recreation Commission, who then gets approval from you as to, I guess, the legality or whatever. Is that correct?
Yes, they would make a recommendation to me, and I would issue what's called a contract award letter, and ultimately I would be signing with whichever company is selected, the final contract for behalf of this service.
Okay, so it doesn't come back to this board at any point, or does it?
The only time, it is my understanding that for any kind of a liquor license or entertainment license would go to the board, but I would leave that to legal to opine on should they decide to.
Hey, Mr. Burkheit, can you?
Good evening, members of the board. As Dave just said, I mean, correctly, and Dave has been working in this area. I don't pretend to have a lot more knowledge. I don't have any more knowledge than Dave on this subject, but my understanding is, yes, they would come back to you for a liquor license, but that would be the only, the ultimate decision is with the Parks and Rec Commission.
So the select board would not have to vote on, this is not a license, or this is a license, the license agreement that the Park and Rec Commission approves. Okay. That's my question. Can I ask one other question? Did all of the bidders comply with what you call the scope of operations in the RFQ? I'm particularly concerned about the capital improvements requirement and the marketing plan and the business plan. With respect to the three bidders, did each one of them meet those requirements?
Yeah, I don't believe I'm the best person to answer those questions. I think.
Oh, I'm sorry. I guess I was directing that. I'm not sure who I was directing that to. Maybe Mr. Giancakis or
I think the Park and Rec Recreation, or the Park and Rec commissioners who sat on that commission can address those answers better. They were the ones doing the review. My understanding they did, but I don't want to speak for the folks doing the review.
John Bain, do you want to answer that, or do you want one of your other commissioners?
I was not on the panel, Chairman. Antonia and Jim Carroll were the two representatives from the commission, and they would be the ones who said, I did not participate in any of the interviews.
Okay, who would like to take that? I see Jim Carroll's hands up.
Yes, good evening, and it's a very, very tough situation that we find ourselves in. I understand and feel very greatly for anybody who loses an opportunity, an employment that greatly affects, their well-being and their family life, etc. When we were, as the Park and Recreation Commission members, were brought into the process, that was after the RFP was issued, which we were not a part of. And after the RFQ was issued, then we were invited to sit in on the interview process. And the way the interview process was set up, we were given a set of questions, and we were all assigned different questions to ask each one of the people that had applied for the position. All the questions were absolutely the same. They were asked by the same individuals, and we were then tasked to judge the three different individuals or entities based on the answers to those questions. And in the final analysis, taking all of basically what John had said was what we were looking at in terms of trying to achieve a different level of service, a different level of, or a different vibe, if you will, at the golf course, that the winning vendor basically separated himself in terms of some visions, some enthusiasm, some specific, ideas about, running different areas of the golf course, and whether it be the grill at the driving range, the grill at the turn. It just was a bit more enthusiastic, more inclusive of what we were looking at as the goals for the golf course. So at no time, like I said, Lisa quoted me on this one, at no time that I feel that anybody was, deficient. They all met, the basic criteria. But in this specific instance, based on the direction of the golf course, and I think what Justin Lawson has demonstrated since he took over as head pro, he has endeavored to take on many different issues and items at the golf course, which he has done great work to improve on. And in his feeling, my feeling was to basically support what his vision was for the golf course, with listening to the responses of all the different individuals there. So that was basically how I saw the process, and that's how we had arrived at the decision that we did in that interview process.
Any other questions from the select board? I see your hand up, Antonia Belata.
Yes, good evening, Chairman Green and the select board. I want to stress that what Jim has said very eloquently, he's taken some words out of my mouth, but I totally agree that the process from our standpoint was very above board and equal across the three vendors. And the selected vendor was definitely above all the most enthusiastic and aligned with our goals, looking at a year-round golf course and customer service, marketing efforts. He was very enthusiastic, and he presented himself as a team member, wanting to service all 4 points of the golf course and seeing how we could bring a larger community to the golf course, since it is a beautiful spot that everybody should be taking advantage of, not just the golfers, which is also one of the things that we're trying to do. He was highly adaptable and amenable to try different things, and there were no criteria as in the RFP that was judged. And I think that is the difference and one of the misunderstandings. There are no check boxes in this RFQ.
Well, there are a scope of operations that.
Scope of operations, but not the criteria of highly qualified. Do you meet, 10 years of golf course and experience and things like that. Yeah. And the chef who comes with Chris Yorkie was a chef at Lineage in Brookline, and very highly recommended. So.
Right. Any questions from the select board? Okay.
I have a question, Bernard.
Yep. Go ahead, Heather.
I just kind of want to tease out what Antonia was starting to allude to, which is, where
Hey, Heather, could you turn off your video, because
where this sits is a public golf course. So I've heard conflicting things about whether or not there's actually a working restaurant or if it's just a catering business. Like, describe to me what the vision is for the Parks and Recreation for that space, and I guess what Vine Right Grill has in that space right now versus what you wanted to see ultimately.
I think that's for you, Antonia.
So yes, I think the vision that we have discussed for many years is to have a year-round destination spot, as John Bain said this evening, for golfers and the and the larger community, where we could have events, catering events, or the restaurant could service your business dinner there or a party, or somebody could come in from the community, have lunch there or dinner there. And that doesn't tend to happen so much right now. And you know, the operation hasn't been focused on the golf course exclusively. And I think we want to try and bring a bigger focus to the golf course and the larger community.
So one of the, I'm not sure who this is to, but I'll just say it and you can figure out who wants to answer. One of the allegations is that there was not much transparency. As David Giannakakis said, that this is an RFQ and there's not a requirement that you do the type of public posting that an RFR or RFP requires. Could you speak to that, whether you think that the amount of transparency that you did have was sufficient given the type of contract that we were talking about?
I can just take a stab at it. I mean, I think first of all, what was the procedure that was followed was what the law provides. And so by I think, and I do think it's, and Dave can correct me here, but it's three bidders need to be solicited. So I think, I don't know, Dave, do you have anything in addition to add?
Yes, I mean, basically, it is my understanding that for a valid RFQ, there has to be 3 organizations, 3 companies, 3 individuals solicited. And in this case, I do know that between the RFQ process and the failed RFP process, that there were inquiries, which is totally allowed, to find out if there were interested parties that would like to do this. And that was done so that there could be 3 quotations, 3 proposals submitted. So that in itself was a process that, with the assistance of the golf course and the Park and Rec and the Recreation Department, they were able to find 3 organizations that were interested in bidding on this. And that's the key requirement with an RFP. I want to remind people this is a 1-year contract, and it's a lower dollar contract than the RFP was originally stated for, as well as the term. So yes, it was fully transparent as far as not having the advertising and the requirements of an RFP. I can't comment on that. That's something that this was a different process from an RFP.
So I guess I misunderstood something by someone. I thought that there were 3 bids on the RFQ. So you did meet the 3 bidder requirements for that. Okay, good. Any other questions? Nancy. You're muted, Nancy.
For the RFP, I'm trying to understand, there were no bidders at all? How many are required in that process?
There is no, obviously 1, but there were no proposals submitted for the RFP. But yeah, there's no minimum for an RFP. We can get 1, we can get 10. In this case, we did not, back in January, get any responses to the RFP.
Okay, Lee, you had your hand up.
I apologize. I was answering Select Member Heller's question with my invisible one. Sorry about that.
Okay, so there was 1 bidder, and that's Vine Ripe Grill.
No, that's not what she's saying.
No, there were no bidders for the RFP.
There were no bidders. You asked what the minimum requirement was. Select Member Heller asked what the minimum requirement, and my answer was 1. And so you saw me hold up a finger.
Okay,
There were no bidders for the RFP.
Okay, so one of the things that has been brought to our attention by people in the community is the view that, or their view that there was some type of, I think one person called it a conflict of interest with respect to the employee discounts. Could you speak to that? someone speak to that.
I would ask legal to add any comments. One of the things that I will share with you is the idea around that is culture. We are working, as you all know, one of the department goals is around the customer experience and excellence in the customer experience, and culture is part of that. And so if there's follow-up questions, maybe Justin Lawson, our GM at the golf course, can answer, but really it's about culture. It's about supporting our employees, making sure the town employees feel motivated, making sure they can get a quick meal so they can get back out on the course and deliver great customer service. So I think that's the idea around that, and it had to be below $25 as to not interfere with the conflict of interest policy for the town of Brookline.
Okay, so this was not something new. I guess that's what I wanted you to sort of enlighten us on. This is not something new. It was part of the original contract or the expiring contract, or?
No, it is a fairly new idea that that we're building the customer experience at the golf course. And this is part of that idea for us, is making the staff comfortable, able to get a quick meal, back out on the course for a great customer experience. So it's fairly new. Justin Lawson's been on board for about a year. So it's been brewing for some time, but it's new to from last time.
Okay, Justin, did you want to say something?
Yes, thank you, Chairman Green, members of Select Board. The employee discount, the Wiesels have for years offered a 50% discount to, I believe, full-time staff, and we as full-time staff didn't feel that was fair to all the other seasonal staff that are working for a very small wage, the living wage, and when a lot of the fees for the different meals almost consume 1 full hour of their work experience and their pay, we were looking to just level the playing field so that we were all treated the same and a constant discount. This is something that's never been offered, and it was something that we're just speaking out on behalf of our entire team as we work to market and communicate to all the customers how great the food offerings are, and whether it was a discount or a revised employee menu that, you know, the vendor can still make their targeted profit margins was acceptable.
So the employee discount wasn't new. It was just different under the old contract.
It was never something that was specifically specified. I think the Wiesels were just kind and their generous nature of offering a discount to full-time employees.
It wasn't in the contract.
Yeah.
Nancy?
So I must say I'm very bothered by the issue of the Zoom failure here. From what I understand, there were a number of people who couldn't come to the public hearing and who, because the capacity of the Zoom call wasn't not enough to accommodate everyone. Could someone speak to that?
Sure, I'll speak to it. This was my first time running the public comment meeting, and I didn't realize that there was a top limit of 100 and that we would even get that high. So I had to learn that lesson the hard way and have learned that lesson. And we were able to, I think, get everyone to speak that wanted to speak. Is in my perspective, though, from where I was sitting, people did speak and then pop off. So there were a few times in the meeting where I checked and there was 94 people in the meeting. So, but we did at the beginning of the meeting definitely reach capacity. And as we moved through time, we were able to get everybody on to speak. And so we do feel like we did a successful public process for that meeting. And I've shared that to the commission as well, that we were able to get everyone on, as far as I could tell, who wanted to speak that evening. So thank you for the question.
John.
Yes, thank you very much. I had a comment first, and then I had a couple of questions. I just want to make the comment that it goes without saying, this has been a really difficult issue for a bunch of folks, not the least of whom are Lisa, and her employees. And I've had conversations, I can't even begin to number them, you know, with neighbors. I've had conversations with people from the Park and Rec Commission. I've had conversations with Lisa herself, one conversation, excuse me. In every single one of those conversations, what comes through is that this is not just a business decision. You know, it's a decision that affects the lives of people and affects the survival, perhaps, of a business that has been serving the community for a long time. And I think one of the things that's missing that has led to, unfortunately, some very difficult feelings on both sides in this, is that the way events unfolded, there was never a chance to, first of all, properly prepare this business for the possibility that they would not be continued. It seems that way anyway. People can correct me if I'm wrong. And it also seems that there was not the opportunity, this may sound ironic, but it's never too late to say thank you. It's never too late to acknowledge someone's record of conducting a business in the community that obviously won lots and lots of friends, performed lots of good deeds. Everyone has mentioned how this is a business that had a sense of itself as more than just a business. It was part of a community, part of sort of offering space to people in the community to share in events, and also being part of the community in terms of reaching out to people in need in the community and trying to help people do charitable endeavors in the community. So this was much more than just a business. This was much more than just a business decision. And it unfolded in a way that unfortunately just had some very impactful and negative impacts on people. That's the comment. But I also want to say that I don't think anyone involved in making the decision could have seen that this was going to be as difficult an outcome as it proved to be. I don't think they could have anticipated the amount of community support that would emerge, on behalf of Weinreich. And I think they would, if they had properly anticipated that, I think they would have perhaps done more to kind of help the community understand the basis for the decision. So that's the comment. The question is, because I admit I'm confused at this point. My understanding of the sequence of events was that the result of the process described by Mr. Giancakis was presented to the Park and Recreation Commission at a meeting, and that there was some kind of action taken by the Park and Rec Commission that was viewed as definitive by Lisa. I mean, it was at that meeting that, she learned very late in the meeting secondhand that a decision was being made that would result in the RFQ process ending with the contract going to the competitor. But now I'm hearing that still hasn't happened yet. So I need clarification. Has anything beyond the recommendation of the RFQ group, the process led by Mr. Giancakis, has anything beyond that, any official action been taken to award this contract?
No, it has not. I just, as far as the awarding authority on behalf of the town departments, I have not issued a contract or an award letter to any company.
And would a vote of the Park and Rec Commission, beyond any votes taken previously, be required before you could do that?
It's my understanding that their vote that was made at that Tuesday meeting is satisfactory. However, I always defer to the commissions and the boards of the town to, if they have a question or if they wanted to allow, as they did, for public comment, till that process is complete before I would do any action on behalf of the town.
I see Jim
I
Carroll.
just want to clarify that the only reason I'm asking these questions is not to put anybody on the spot, please, believe me on that. It is to try to clarify, have we reached a point in this process whereby we're going to be in trouble if we try to unwind this process? I mean, clearly, I think Lisa and her business are feeling very bruised by this process. As far as they're concerned, maybe there will be trouble if the process goes ahead and results in the award to the competitor. But on the other hand, if we unwind the process, I'm trying to figure out, are we in a position that we're going to face, someone who's going to be equally angry that they thought they were awarded it and now it's being unwound, in a way that sort of suggests a departure from what is a prescribed process. It's a process that is intended to come to a result that is fair to all parties. And now is that, if we reverse that result, I'm just saying if, I'm not suggesting that's going to happen, but would we be putting ourselves in an equally difficult position as a town if that was reversed at this point in the process?
Yeah. I see Jim Carroll wanted to, did you want to respond to that? Or,
Yeah.
or Mel? No? Okay, Mel?
I do. Yes, I do.
Yeah.
So when the Park and Recreation Commission had this matter on their agenda, they did take a vote. And when it was related to me that this was done without any real public process, if you will, not required for a public hearing, but I think a contract of this magnitude required some public deliberation. I asked Mr. Bain if he would be willing to reopen the matter for a public hearing, and he did. That was the meeting that you've been talking about. They did not take another vote. I believe their earlier vote stands unless they took another vote. I would expect that based on all the public comment and what they've heard tonight, that at a minimum, they should see if they want to reconsider their vote. But as far as I know, they did take a vote. And David has been reluctant to award anything while this public debate is going on.
Nancy?
Well, I do think the flaw in the process is, I understand it's no one's fault. And I understand that it's one of these things that, we're trying to get used to Zoom even after all this time. And does the town have any licenses that are bigger than 100 people? Who knows the answer?
Yes, the answer is yes.
What?
The answer is yes. If you remember, we had our town meeting and we have many more participants than us.
Right, exactly. So, and I know that there are licenses for 500. So it seems to me that that's, some people are complaining. They didn't want to be booted out to allow somebody else in. They want to hear the discussion. And that to me is not the spirit and maybe not the letter of the law of a public hearing. So I would think that at the very least that should be redone, because that's to me not the way it should happen. So I think that there's clearly some issues of communication here as well, and I can't solve that, and I obviously don't. I'm not going to tell you what to do, but I think maybe there should have been more communication with the current, with the Weasels about the fact that you were looking to change, and that unless you tell me that happened before, I think that's courtesy, really, that you say, we're looking to change the model here and hope you can, understand that. And is that something you're willing to bid on? And I think you have the right, certainly, to change the model. But I do think it would be courtesy to give them the opportunity to say, to say what they think about that. Not, again, that is within your purview, I think. Am I off base, John Buchheit or Dave Janakakis?
I think John wants to say something regarding that matter. John Burkhardt?
Yeah, no, I'm, I think and again, if anyone has any additional input, Dave or anyone else, I think the public comment was offered because of the uniqueness of the situation. There was no requirement in law to do it, but I think, if that's boards and commissions feel like this is the spirit of how Brookline works, and I know that it certainly does work that way, then obviously it's your prerogative. So.
Yeah. And there's no requirement in the open meeting law that you have more than 100 people in a hearing. And we have hearings at the select board before COVID where not everyone could get into the room. Is it any different when you're on Zoom?
Well, I do think the open meeting law, I haven't researched this exact issue, but I believe, you should have a forum that does allow you to accommodate the anticipated level of participation.
Okay.
I think here, given that I think it was a surprise that it was this large. So, I think it's a bit of a gray area. I think, yes, the most conservative approach would be to have another public hearing, but I don't think, there's nothing illegal about what happened, I would say.
And if I could just add and I don't want to speak for the Park and Rec department, the original RFP, it's my understanding that in that document that of course nobody responded to, many of the goals that the Park and Rec Commission and the golf course have enunciated were included in that document. And unfortunately, nobody responded to that for a myriad of reasons. I don't know exactly why, but I think, that document, much more extensive, much more written word there, did give a clear indication what the recreation department, what the golf course, their vision for the golf course. Unfortunately, nobody responded to that one. So that was done in December into January, before this process, the most recent process, was undertaken to get somebody for just the short term.
What are the notice requirements? Refresh my recollection of what the notice requirements for an RFP are.
Yeah, an RFP is published in both the Goods and Services, the Secretary of State's publication. It is also published on the state Combis website, the newspaper in the town, which in this case would be the TAB, and any other forums that, the document. I know for a fact that documentations of bids that we do are disseminated on the town website, but also through other third-party bidding services and such. So it's a much wider range. It's almost nationwide or even worldwide in some cases where people do see those advertisements. It's a much broader scope for RFPs.
Jim Carroll?
Yes, I'd just like to make a few comments for the Park and Recreation Commission. I'm basically speaking, for myself, but I think I echo some of the feelings of the rest of the commissioners there when I say that going into this process, I have absolutely no animus against the Wiesel. There was no feeling or any action taken to single them out, to take the contract away from them. I know that in the past, I've been a member, part of some of these other processes where the contract's up and, RFPs go out. And to be honest with you, over the years, the response has been very tepid. I mean, we've been very disappointed on many fronts when there really has been no interest from the public at large to engage in this process and really put in some, robust bids. I mean, there's been some other vendors, it's certainly, and the Wiesels have maintained that contract now for 13 years. So there's certainly been, especially on my part, I can only speak for myself, that I have only the kindest thoughts towards the Wiesel. I don't know them really greatly personally, but I see them often, and this is very difficult to do. But when we're having these public comments, and it's basically being run by one entity, which would be the Wiesels, or basically, and their friends, they've garnered the support. This does not give anybody else that participated in that process a chance to also weigh in on the process. So when we go through these processes and we make a final decision, it's very difficult then to separate everybody else out of the process and then focus just on one party that is aggrieved. I'm not disputing whether it's has any merit or it doesn't. That's not my point at all. But it's just that the processes when all the people are in going through the process where they have to answer the same questions and give their own personal responses on how they intend to serve the golf course and the public at large. That's the forum that we have to judge. And we have to make a decision. Just like anytime we do a park design review, there's a couple of commissioners that sit on that review board. We go back to the commission. We say, yes, we either support this design or we don't support the design, and we make a recommendation. The commission as a whole votes on that recommendation, and then that goes on to the next step. But so I feel that, for myself, I thought that I went in with a completely open mind, and as difficult the decision was, I still think that, and I may be wrong. I may be wrong that we made the right decision based on what this new vendor is bringing to the table. And it's very hard to just, absolutely specifically quantify each and everything that he's going to do. Sometimes you interview people and you just have to put faith in, what they're saying, what level of energy they have, what level of experience they have in different parts of the business. May not be a golf course, but certainly very centric on serving the public and providing some very good food. And with that, I thank you very much for allowing me to say my comments.
Thank you. Antonio.
I would just like to add that this model that we're talking about with the golf course is actually something that has been discussed many times, not just during this RFP or the RFQ. For a long time, we have been trying to make this golf course a place, a destination for Brookline residents and golfers. And it's been very difficult. And so we were excited to find somebody that would take on that mission and get on board with our team and try and do it. And that was, I think, what got everybody excited to move forward. And I agree with Jim. It's terrible to think, that somebody who is in our community has been there for 13 years and serviced and done wonderful things for the community. To see that she might not continue. I don't know where that's going to stand, but it's a very difficult decision for us to make that point. But we have to have the best interest of the town, not just Vine Ripe. And we take that seriously, and we take that seriously as commissioner. I actually feel very bad, and I'd like to know why and if there are things that we have done in the process that have been wrong, that we are being told or accused of having done incorrectly. Because that accusation also is a very serious one for us to take, and look at. So if there are issues of race and gender, I didn't see them, and I'd like to know about them.
Mr. Lawson, you put on your video. Did you want to say something?
No, I was just.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Any other questions from the select board? Yeah, I'd sort of like to wrap this up. I mean, the select board, as was confirmed today, is not going to have this on our agenda.
It doesn't sound like we really have the authority.
Right, that's another way of putting it. And to the extent that we have any influence, we have to be very careful not to be disruptive of the rules and statute as well as regulations governing procurements. I wanted to give the board an opportunity to ask questions of the relevant parties, and we had that opportunity. We appreciate this opportunity, or appreciate your coming and answering our questions. Unless anyone else has any further questions or comments, John Bain. Yeah.
I just want to thank the board for listening, and a lot of good valid questions were put out. And I do appreciate the board's interest and the best interest of our town. And this commission, I can tell you, always puts our town first. And our meetings are very open. We'd never turn anybody away for comment at any time at a commission meeting. And we're proud of that. And I think that the panel that did the interviewing came forward to the commission, presented their comments about the winning, the highest bidder, I should say. And we voted to support that panel. And we were convinced that the goals that we're looking to accomplish met this new vendor, like Antonia said, the enthusiasm and a team maker. I mean, we are, it's also, we should be clear, the word catering. The word catering within the golf club building is certainly up to the individual who is in charge, as far as whoever the winning bidder is, that they can cater different things in our building. And we hope that they will be doing that for parties and birthdays and receptions and funerals and what have you, which will also help the new vendor to, or a vendor, I should say, to make things meet. And so with that, thank you again, the select board. I'm very grateful for this opportunity.
Well, thank you. Actually, I would be remiss if I didn't ask one more question, and that is, since the license expires on, I guess, the 31st of March, what happens on April 1? I mean, right under the current situation. Do you have a plan for that, or?
Well, Lee, I think Lee could speak to that. We have, the golfers and other guests that come to the golf, they're very upset that there is nothing there at the moment. So, we had over 300 or 400 people the last 2 weeks use the golf course and the driving range, and we couldn't offer anything. It was closed, even though it could have been available, I suppose. But we are looking into some options of, maybe Lee could speak to that better than I.
I saw she raised one finger. I assume that is, you're asking to speak,
All
not
right,
one.
so I would just answer that this really sits with the Park and Recreation Commission. So the commission needs, what I would recommend, John and I have to meet, but I can imagine a scenario where the Parks and Recreation would meet, have a public meeting, and just ask if anyone on the commission wants to open it back up again to reconsider, and go from there. Certainly that seems like the next step. Obviously the golfers would like us to initiate a contract as soon as possible, but right now it sits with the commission.
Okay, unless there are any other questions, I'll close this discussion. Okay, thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, we are almost right on time for our next hearing, grant of locations, public hearing, scheduled for 7 o'clock, and it is 7:04. We're doing good tonight. Question of approving the request from Eversource Energy for the conduit locations in Salisbury Road and Williston Road to upgrade underground system reliability on Salisbury Road, in Hyslop Road and Chestnut Hill Avenue to upgrade underground system reliability on Hyslop Road, and in Griggs 10 Ace 2 10 acre. I'm not sure what that means. Griggs Terrace, maybe that's to upgrade underground system reliability on Griggs Terrace. That is right. Okay. Do we have, I see, looks like Joanne Callender and Marianne Correa. Mel?
Mr. Chair, I believe Erin Galentine, our Public Works Commissioner, is available and would be willing to give you sort of an overview of her review of these these three petitions, and then we can talk to the utilities with questions. Erin.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name's Erin Galentine, the Commissioner of Public Works. This evening you have 3 separate grant of location requests from Eversource. Each of these requests is for replacement of old and outdated infrastructure. Specifically, every single one of them is to upgrade underground system reliability. There is a request for new conduit on Salisbury Road. This run extends from Windsor Road to Williston Road. There's 424 feet of conduit on Salisbury, and then an additional 75 feet on Windsor Road, running to a manhole and then a pole. There's a second request for new conduit on Hyslop Road. This run extends 417 feet from Chestnut Hill Avenue up to Hyslop Road Extension. And the final request is to install 433 feet of conduit and a new manhole on Griggs Terrace, and that's right off of Griggs Road. This connection terminates in a manhole that is 2 feet on private property at 7080 Park Street condos. And I reached out to the property manager, as did Kellyanne Correa from Eversource, to see if they had any questions. All questions have been addressed, and Eversource has stated that they have an easement on this private property specifically to this manhole. National Grid has completed a gas leak investigation at each of these sites and certified that there were no leaks detected within the project limits or abutting street at the time of their investigation. Joanne Callender from Eversource is in attendance to present these projects if there's any information that I left out, and answer any questions from the board.
Okay, Ms. Callender.
Good evening. Thank you. That was very thorough. I don't believe you left anything out, but if there's any questions, I'll be glad to entertain them at this time.
Any questions from the board? Nancy.
Well, I'll just comment that I'm happy that the gas leaks investigations were done and that we found no leaks. I think that's an important consideration. I'm glad that National Grid is cooperating on this issue, and I hope that they will continue to.
Great. So I have a question regarding the manhole that's on the private property of the, I guess it's that condominium, high-rise condominium on Park Street. Are you, I take it you're not having to dig anything in order to, in connection with this project?
Well, we are replacing the conduit to that manhole.
But that's underground.
Correct.
Okay.
Oh, Bernard, hi, this is Kellyanne Correa. I'm just going to speak to that. I did discuss this with Erin and the property manager as well. Our conduit, to place conduit in that trench, would only be about 18 inches wide. It would be the 36 inches down, the 3 feet that's required by code to bury the electric conduit. But it would be just a small, like 18-inch trench to that manhole to make our connections.
Okay, so there is some digging, but it doesn't sound like it's going to be disruptive.
Correct, and we did reassure the property manager that any restoration work the property will be put back into substantially the same condition it was in before we started working.
Okay, great. Any other questions? Okay, this is a public hearing. Devin, do we have anyone in the public who would like to speak to this issue?
At this time, there are 32 attendees, and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, any further discussion by the board? Okay, if not, I'd like to move approval of the request from Eversource Energy for the conduit locations, first in Salisbury Road and Williston Road to upgrade underground system reliability on Salisbury Road. Second, in Hyslop Road and Chestnut Hill Avenue to upgrade underground system reliability on Hyslop Road. And thirdly, in Griggs Terrace to upgrade underground system reliability on Griggs Terrace. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather,
Aye.
John,
Aye.
and chair votes aye. Thank you.
Thank you, Kellyanne, and thank you, Joanne.
Thank you. Have a
Thank
great evening.
you, Aaron, for that very thorough and concise discussion or statement of what the issue was.
My pleasure.
Okay, next we have departmental budget review. I guess that's you, Aaron, again.
It's me. I think I'll stay and talk a little bit about my budget.
Okay, good. We'd like to hear about it.
So it looks like I can go ahead and share my screen. Yeah. Is it okay if I go ahead and get started?
Sure.
All right. And I think Devin will be pulling forward members of my team. I just want to make sure you can see this and that it's the full screen.
Yeah.
Great. So for anyone that's just joining, my name's Erin Galentine. I'm the Commissioner of Public Works. And I'll be presenting our FY22 budget this evening. And with us this evening, we have Fred Russell, our Director of Water and Sewer, Kevin Johnson, our Director of Highway and Sanitation, Alexandra Vecchio, our new Director of Parks and Open Space, and also Todd Crane, our Transportation Administrator. So if you do have questions, they are available to answer those. We can talk briefly about Public Works, our mission and services. You'll see our goals and initiatives, our operating budget. I'm going to start very high level with the overall operating budget of all of Public Works and Water and Sewer. Then I'll break that down. You'll see the difference in last year and this year's proposed budget, and I'll talk through some of those differences, and then we'll talk about accomplishments and objectives, and capital improvements will be in a few weeks.
Before you leave that screen, okay, you go back.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to give a shout out to Reservoir Park. I walked there during the springtime, especially in the fall, and the wildflowers are just incredible. You know, that's a destination location just for the wildflowers that you can see on the path around the outside of the reservoir. So
yeah,
go
it's
ahead.
an absolute gem. Thank you. So Public Works provides foundational support for the daily activities of the community. Our mission is to provide clean, safe, inclusive, sustainable, accessible, inviting, and well-maintained network of public ways, infrastructure, and public spaces. Our goal is to foster a culture of continuous improvement, growth, and excellence to deliver projects and services more efficiently, creatively, and effectively. And we want to be the service provider of choice for construction, maintenance, management, and design. We have 5 service divisions. It's our central administration, customer service, highway and sanitation, water and sewer, engineering and transportation, and parks and open space. And I want to highlight that Public Works has been here every day during COVID. We provide essential services to this community. The men and women of this department have been absolutely incredible, making sure that you can get your clean water, that we have cemetery services, that we're responding to emergencies, that you have safe roads, that you have accessible parks. This is a strong department that is integral to this community and has been incredibly resilient as an organization itself. And so and this is a department that I'm very proud of. So our vision and kind of initiatives looking forward across all of our divisions is we're looking to create a 10-year strategic plan. We're doing this in-house. This is to align our division initiatives, a long-range vision where we can tie in our annual goals and also tie that to our annual budget. Occupational safety and health is something you'll hear a little bit more about later, but this is something that we are committed to and kind of renewing our focus on. We're looking at environmental health and safety training, compliance, updating plans, protocol and reporting, and really integrating our commitment to safety for our organization, for our employees, and also for the public.
Organizational capacity building, looking at our organization, reviewing job functions. We want to strengthen and align the relationships, working relationships between the divisions, between the departments, and also between our boards so that we can add more value to the town. Achieving excellence in communications. This is something I think is really critical. We touch so many people's lives in this community every day. So really community engagement in design and construction, customer solutions. We want you to be able to get the information easily that you need from us. And we've been really thinking deeply about digital transformation and customer service and how we can put more of our services online, from permitting to permits, to bidding, like all, what can we do to put our services online to make them more accessible to more people? And then cross-functional capital improvements. We're looking to look at multi-department and multi-division goals in our capital improvements. We want to be proactive and creative and integrate climate change, sustainability, and the environment. So big picture, the Department of Public Works budget is $46,547,000. This is the DPW General Fund and Water and Sewer Enterprise with the MWRA. The Department of Public Works without the Water and Sewer Enterprise Fund is $24,594,000. And you can see that the primary categories for this are with salaries and with services. This was, I just want to be clear, this is MWRA. This includes water and sewer, but not the payment to MWRA for water and sewer. So Department of Public Works is $16,668,000. There is a very modest variance from FY21 to FY22. We are still in a sort of COVID recovery budget mode, and I'll break down this sort of 2.8% increase for you so you know exactly what that is. So there's actually a slight decline in personnel, and this is on the far left. And this is with some retirements and some changes. There's been we're at some different levels with longevity and salary steps. So there's been a slight decrease there in terms of what's hitting the operating budget. However, we are introducing a new position, which is an environmental health and safety officer. And this position is responsible for developing, implementing, and overseeing the organization's safety program. Specifically, we'll be looking at regulatory compliance, risk management and due diligence, staying on top of the changing OSHA, DEP, EPA regulations, how they apply to the many facets of what we do, safety training, incident investigations, detailed follow-up on all occupational accidents and injuries, looking at process change, streamlining operations and consistency in safety across all divisions, holding safety meetings, toolbox talks, construction work zone safety, and updating our occupational health and safety plan, looking at chemical storage, personal protective equipment, compliance, and documentation and reporting to the state. So the town became subject to OSHA in 2018. And so this is something that all the leadership within Public Works feel is critical for us to focus on now, and that this is a very important role for the department, for the town. Life safety is first and foremost in terms of the employees and the public, but we're also contemplating financial losses in terms of lost time and also liabilities and fines. So this is an important position. This is a charge off that 25% is going to water, 25% will be charged to sewer, 50% to capital projects for 2 years, and then that 50% will go into administration. So ultimately, this position will be charged 50% to water and sewer and 50% to DPW administration. And we will first be working on trench safety, confined space entry, and work zone safety. In terms of other changes in the budget, there's the addition of the leased refrigeration units for the Lars Anderson skating rink, contractual increases, as you're kind of well aware, for both the municipal solid waste and single stream recycling. So these are the percentage increases that we have each year in the handling, processing, and disposal. And some modest increase in contractual landscape services, and then licenses. These are AutoCAD licenses in the engineering division. Construction supplies, you see a slight decrease. This was actually had been incorporated from the cannabis mitigation funds for some signage around the dispensaries regarding parking. These have all been installed, and so this is a reduction since we've completed that. And then we have some contract unit price changes just based on current usage and forecasts regarding those utilities. So overall, this brings us down to a 2.51% increase in public works. For the water and sewer enterprise budget, this is also very modest increase. It's 2.14%. And services and supplies, you'll see, are level funded. There's the modest increase in contractual obligations and some step increases, and this includes 50% of the new position I just discussed. And then the MWRA water assessment and sewer assessment combined, this is $679,000. This estimate, when we submitted our budget to the town administrator and started that process and the budget book was presented, was an assumption that we've now discovered from MWRA was a bit low. And so this number will be higher. You'll see that when we come before you in June to talk about this, the sewer rates, and we'll make that adjustment at the fall town meeting. And then again, contract unit prices for the utilities, overhead for general fund reimbursement has a slight increase. And then the debt service has gone down significantly. And these are, items that Fred had some major capital projects, and he has wrapped up some of those in terms of the bond obligations. And he's starting some new large projects on the infrastructure, and certainly continuing the wastewater work he has. And then an increase of 150,000 for the capital equipment. So when we look at the DPW budget by service division, you can see administration is, all of the department and division heads, all of the clerks in all the divisions. That's that slice. Engineering and transportation is close to 1.4 million. Highway is 5.8 million. Sanitation 4.3. The Parks and Open Space division is close to 4.2, and then water and sewer is 7.9, and that is all in, with the exception of the MWRA charge off. So in terms of FY21 accomplishments, and I have the accomplishments and then the objectives, and then we'll open it up for questions, for FY21 is to complete the ADA compliance assessment of sidewalks and handicap ramps, beginning the Complete Streets Mass Tip project assessment for Washington Street. This is a really exciting complete street project that we have started the process to submit in the tip. Replace the fire alarm call boxes with new solar powered wireless call boxes, and Kevin Johnson has been doing that with his division. Updated the fees for municipal solid waste disposal and recycling, and we are in the process of putting together a program to do a complete cart audit so we understand all of the assets that we have out there. researching streetlight smart controls, greater efficiency and cost savings, looking at our snow and ice control program. And we've really been looking at the pre-wetting and anti-icing techniques. So Kevin is working on updating the winter maintenance plan and has been doing a lot, perfecting this recipe for brine. Commencing construction of Lars Anderson Park and Cypress Playground, both underway. Designing and constructing some subtle but really much needed improvements in the town hall grounds for safety and accessibility. And that was all done with in-house crews. Fred is completing the third phase of improvements to the sanitary sewer system. One of my goals is to hire and orient new professional staff into 2 key director level positions. I'm halfway there. And completing the rehabilitation of Clinton Road and Winchester, and then also commencing this 10-year strategic plan. In terms of our objectives for FY22, one is to leverage this new knowledge and adaptations made during COVID-19 to commence a digital transformation strategy for tools, services, deliverables, our public meetings, and maximize employee efficiency and customer service. Also commencing an environmental health and safety program, and I provided a lot of context to that. We want to begin in earnest this complete streets design public process for Washington Street. Complete our Beacon Street Bridle Path feasibility study, which has had tremendous interest. Complete the restoration and reconstruction of the Carlton Street footbridge. We had a kickoff, sort of a pre-meeting with Mass DOT last week. A lot of people couldn't believe we were about to get this project underway, but we are, and we'll look to have that completed in FY22. The Solid Waste Advisory Committee is really committed, and we're excited about this, to work on a solid waste master plan with a goal of 0 waste for the town by 2040. We will look to commence construction on Robinson and Murphy playgrounds. I mentioned that the snow and ice winter maintenance plan was being updated, so we'll look to finish that. Complete reconstruction of Columbia and Hamilton roads, and then Fred will be moving into phase 4 of improvements to the sanitary sewer system, and that is a 14-phase project. So with that, that is, Department of Public Works in a nutshell, and I open it up to any questions.
Thank you, Erin. I'd like to start off with one question. It's a minor question, but I'm just sort of curious. You said that you became subject to OSHA in 2018. So does that mean we were not subject to the OSHA regulations in terms of health and safety before that? Or is there a state program that we're under?
There was a state program.
Okay. And what happens to that state program now?
So in the Department of Labor standards, there are still standards, and honestly, we did everything we could to comply with OSHA, but there's a lot of reporting requirements that we need to make sure that all of the processes that we had in place are in compliance with OSHA. So.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
Whoops, sorry. I had a question.
Okay, John.
Sorry, having trouble with my video there. Erin, if you don't mind, could you give us an update on the, I'm going to call them the water explosions that we had just a few days back?
So Fred can provide an update as to where we are now. I did provide a statement to the board last week. Everyone does have their service is back, and we continue to work with the MWRA in terms of their investigation as to what caused the change in water pressure. Anything to add to that, Fred?
No, Fred, I mean, Erin, yeah, we are in discussion with the MWRA. They are doing an investigation. There was a pressure surge that they're trying to investigate as to why it happened. They haven't come to any definitive answers, and before they put anything in writing, I think they want to essentially do their due diligence and make sure that what they find out is actual fact and not suspected or assumed what happened. So the investigation is still going on, and there are a lot of moving parts here, and we're just waiting to get an answer from them.
Is one of the questions to be sorted out in all of this, who shares the cost of the repair here if there is, a traceable cause that is not Brookline's fault in all of this?
That will be in part of the discussion, yes.
Good luck.
Thank you.
That's not going to be easy. I also learned, if you don't mind, and I have to be careful in raising this question, but here goes. People, I'm sure, are becoming increasingly aware that there is some money coming our way via the Recovery Act funds from the federal government. And at the same time, it's well known, every year after year, we hear about the list of things that we can't put on the schedule for capital expenditures, repair expenditures, infrastructure expenditures that, good practice says we should be doing, but we have to defer a certain amount. And so I keep thinking about this money that's coming our way, just, can't help it. The fact that the general idea is to stimulate the economy, through spending it right away on one-time only expenditures, not on payroll expenditures, or one-time only expenditures, including one-time only payroll expenditures, but not recurring programs. And so the obvious direction to look in seems to me to be all of these deferred projects. And I'll just name one, Davis Path Footbridge, which we know it needs to be replaced. And yet at the same time, the estimated cost has caused a lot of hesitation as to whether we should really go full steam ahead with it or just kind of sit tight, wait, hope for better conditions before we tackle it, because it's kind of too big to swallow right now. Can you give us some thoughts on if it turns out that this is an opportunity to go full speed ahead with some deferred capital improvements in the town? Could we do that? Or could we get geared up and get the contractors necessary to intensify how much we do in a given year with this money that might be coming our way?
I think I'm going to have to answer that question, Aaron, if you don't mind. So as I had indicated previously, we haven't heard a word from any official government organization, with the federal or state government. So although we're trying to read the tea leaves, and there clearly is a lot of emphasis on infrastructure and non-recurring projects, of which we have many, as you pointed out, John, we just really need to learn more about what the grant or the American Recovery Act is what the specifics of it. So, but I think that's our sense, is that the town is going to be able to advance projects that it would not otherwise have the funding or availability to do, with the goal of stimulating our economy or stimulating our productivity. And so I think we have some great options and some possibilities, but it's just a little too early to get down into the details. I mean, one of the things we don't want to do, I think, is do one big project with all the money we got. Some projects are so big that it makes sense to amortize the cost over a period of time, to have even more, a couple generations or a couple, for 20 years or so. So that's just my comments generally. I think we've got a lot of great candidates for projects, but a little too soon to respond specifically, John.
I appreciate that, Mel, and when I think about all of those deferred projects, apologize for the fact that I've got itchy fingers. I really hope we have the opportunity to catch up on some things. And I think people need to understand that when they see a presentation as thorough and as detailed as this one that Aaron just gave, they are right to assume that we have some very, very extraordinary department heads. But just because we have really talented people at the tops of these departments does not mean that we can stay on top of every needed project and every needed expense. It all comes down to whether there's money in it in the budget. And I do hope that changes soon. We will see. We will see.
Nancy.
You're muted, Nancy.
I want to talk about my favorite subject, trees. So Aaron and I have been privileged to work on the review of the Urban Forest Climate Resiliency Master Plan. And I just wondered how you had given any thought to how you were going to fit that into the goals of the department.
So, I think that we still have some work to do in terms of really prioritizing those goals and assessing where we want to land with increasing the tree canopy both across the town and in certain zones and parts of town that really need increased focus. So I have definitely been thinking about strategies for how we can do that with partnerships, maybe thinking a little bit differently about operations going forward, knowing that we were approaching this budget as a COVID recovery budget and still kind of absorbing some cuts from last year wasn't the year to put some of these forward. I think we want to prioritize which those are as a group and then look at the next year.
Great, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? Okay.
Great, well, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thanks to the Public Works staff.
Okay. I see, yeah. Do you want to introduce our new Parks and Open Space Director?
If you have the time, I would
Yeah,
love to. So
not
Alexandra,
a long introduction, just
yeah, 2 minutes.
it's
So
a new face on my screen. So
I think we'll do this so you can hear her voice, and she's a wonderful addition to our team. We're thrilled to have her. She brings a new perspective and energy into the department that is going to be great across all of our divisions, but also collaboration with other departments and resident groups townwide. So Alexandra.
and you have big shoes to fill. So step into whatever
I'm sorry, Alexandra.
Whatever the metaphor is.
That's okay. I'm well aware of the big shoes. So hi, everyone. I'm Alexandra Vecchio. I'm the new Director of Parks and Open Space for the town of Brookline. Most recently, I am coming to you from Mass Audubon, where I served as their Climate Change Program Director and handled a wide variety of activities across the organization to think about how we're integrating both climate change mitigation and adaptation into our land use and planning, our education, community engagement, outreach, communications, etc. And actually developed the organization's climate action strategy that included onboarding a large team to help implement it. So I'm really excited about some of the initiatives that Aaron just outlined for DPW and the opportunity to bring some of my previous experience around those, and sustainability and climate initiatives. More broadly, I'll say that I have a background in public policy and planning, and am really excited to work with all of the different boards and commissions across the town to help ensure that our parks are safe, sustainable, equitable, and well maintained for many years to come. So I really look forward to working with all of you, and it's great to Zoom meet everyone.
Thank you. Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Thank you.
And your crew. Okay, next, let's see, it's 7:39. Building Department is the next budget review. I see Mr. Bennett is here.
Excuse me. Good evening. Thank you for having me, Select Board members and Town Administrator Kleckner. Charlie was supposed to be here. I'm not sure if he was able to get on or not, but I'll carry on with the presentation. So I want to thank you for inviting me to present my budget. Devin will be doing my slides for me. Next slide, Devin. So the building department consists of 3 divisions. Each one has its own distinct, authority and process, as well as their avenues to pursue. In the public buildings division, is directed by Charlie Simmons. He's responsible for the repair, maintenance, and rehabilitation of all town and school buildings. His division staff has operations managers, energy systems manager, assistant energy systems managers, tradesmen, and other personnel to serve town and school needs. In addition, we have outside contractors that perform specialized services for annual burner technicians, burner maintenance, elevator, glazing services. We also have outside contractors that monitor and take care of our life safety systems, such as sprinklers, fire alarms, and fire escapes. They're tested annually. The buildings are monitored 24/7 through our energy management system. In addition to heating and cooling, this is also done for security measures. Our tradesmen, which we have approximately 12, consists of electricians, plumbers, carpenters, and they're the hustlers out there that do, the general repair and fix, these, the windows, the doors, hardware, flooring, ceiling tiles, and so forth. And they have, in the last year, worked on over 7,800 in-house work orders. And that's all processed and followed through our School Dude program. We also have the Construction, Renovation, and Capital Improvements Division. That's run and overseen by Tony Quigley and Ray Masak. They do all of our construction projects, such as the high school expansion. They're in the middle of getting the Driscoll School ready for, it's been bid. Applications are in for permits, and we're reviewing those now. Tony is in as well, handling the Pierce School process through the MSBA. Those are the 3 major projects that we've got coming up with respect to the construction division. At the same time, they implement the capital improvements project. So there were some new handicapped access restrooms that were put in down at the Putterham Library. Ray takes care of the roofing systems that are throughout the town. He also does our envelope systems. So that's some of the brickwork and windows and envelope systems. They are the ones that get these school projects, through on time. And in recent years, we've had some issues with budgets, but for the most part, they bring things in, under budget. And then lastly, we have the Code Enforcement Inspection Division. That is headed up by Paul Campbell. He's my new Deputy Building Commissioner. That division goal is to ensure the public safety during construction, alteration, and repair of all structures. They enforce the building code. They take care of all plumbing, zoning, building, gas fitting, electrical, accessibility, noise, signage. They take care of any and all applications and complaints that come in to the department. They also conduct annual inspections, lodging houses, restaurants, some of this outdoor dining that we're doing, these days with respect to the COVID crisis. And they review applications and inspect projects and issue a certificate of occupancies and certificate of inspections. So those 3 divisions do all the work, for the department. Next slide, Devin. This kind of shows our budget for this year. It's a pretty moderate, minor, increases. We've got some increases in salaries and services. Other than that, it's a relatively level funded budget. The salary increase, I would attribute that mostly to the fact that we've had a lot of retirements in the system. So we've got new guys in the system that are not, veterans. They haven't been here for 20 years. They're not at the top of the pay scale. So they will, be going through the organization, and they'll get their steps and their COLA increases. But we have had our budget already reviewed by the subcommittee as well as the full advisory. And right now the recommended number is the one that you see at the bottom, 9,116,024. Next slide, please. There are three pressing issues that we have, currently with our budget. The most one that kind of rises up to the top every year is the school department repair and maintenance funding. This seems to be a concern of ours. Charlie does go through his numbers. He's got all the past information. He knows what he's going to need. He knows, what the systems are going to take to be inspected. He knows what the new buildings are going to cost to maintain. And recently we've gone back and forth with the school subcommittee. Charlie has made some requests. They're identified there: 545,000 for services, 544,000 for additional tradespersons. This is in line with the matrix report. It is part of our overall plan to try to catch up from some of the past inspections that we've had. Not past inspections, the expansions and additions that we've had in some of these buildings that we, keep each year. We try to catch up, so we're kind of ahead of the game, and we continue, with that, at this point. And as of now, the school department has not approved any of our requests. We have gone back and forth, and it's our understanding that they will be voting on their budget sometime next week. So it's a little different in past years. Typically, we've had all these numbers in place. So this is, one issue that we continue to follow and do our best to get what we think we need to maintain these buildings in the best, way possible. In addition, we have some, staffing, part of this is a recovery budget. We did have a new inspector that was added to our budget, taken off, and then added back on. I have waited to fill that specific inspector position, as well as another position through a retirement. So I got two local inspector positions that are still open. The purpose or the reason for that is I was waiting to get my deputy inspector on board, my deputy building commissioner on board, before I wanted him to be part of that hiring process. And so he's on board, and we will start that process relatively soon. And last is the town repair and maintenance. During the FY21 budget, due to the COVID issues, we did have a reduction in our budget on repair and maintenance on the town side of $110,000. That's still not in this current budget, but we do understand the financial situation that we're in, and we'll work with the town administrator and deputy town administrator to restore that as soon as possible. Next slide, please, Devin. And so as with every department in the entire town, COVID had some very big impacts on our departmental operations. Right from the beginning, our department, all divisions were considered and deemed essential by the governor under his state of emergency. So all of our staff, similar to what Erin stressed, we have been here working. The department's been open and operating and fully functioning throughout this entire pandemic. We transitioned very quickly to a remote workforce. We identified employees that were issued laptops, and they could access their computers, their desktops through the VPN. That was a lot of help through the IT department. Inspectors had access to their emails, their voicemail, and Excel without having to get laptops. So some staff received laptops, some didn't. They were still fully functional. The Acela permitting application that we have was a huge success because that allows anybody to apply anywhere in the world, and it allows my guys, the inspectors, to use that system anywhere in the world. So they were able to work remotely at home for a portion of the day. They would come in and do their inspections in the afternoons. We did have we modified our inspection, policy and process because of the COVID, and it depended upon whether it was an occupied building or an unoccupied building. We allowed photographs and videos. The inspectors would show up in front of the building. That would assure that we were at the right property and we're getting the proper photos and videos, and that has worked out well. And we are still doing that in some instances, not all instances, and that is the inspector's call on how they want to conduct those type of inspections. In addition, the department took over the enforcement of COVID-related safety measures at all construction sites. That was, part of the mask wearing, the hand wash stations, some of the 6-foot social distancing requirements. Next slide, please, Devin. That allowed the construction workers to, carry on. We did receive a lot of complaints. I know the board received complaints. We did the best we could, go out there and ensure the masks were being worn, and ensure that the some of the hand wash stations were there. In addition to some of the on-site stuff, we had implemented a health and safety plan that we required be submitted with every permit application, and we're still doing that today. That is something that I think has at least alerted all the applicants. If they have to prepare this plan and present it to us, they then know that it's a serious issue. It's something we look for and we want addressed throughout the project. Charlie's tradesmen and Charlie on his side were very quick to take the buildings and make them as safe as possible for employees. He went in with some of his tradesmen and some of our outside consultants. They looked at our HVAC systems. They tested them. They make sure that we're getting proper air amounts through them, proper air changes per hour. We worked with the school department to make sure the classrooms were proper. We repaired a lot of ductwork as part of that, and exhaust fans. He created COVID spaces for some of the nurses stations in the school buildings, installed more efficient air filters, increased the amount of fresh air, and ventilation systems were turned on before and after occupancies to help flush out the building. He installed hand-free devices, sanitizing dispensers throughout the town hall and other town buildings. Elevators were reduced to one occupancy, one person occupancy. Stairwells were up and down on each side, and these things that he implemented were paramount in allowing some people to still come into the building and operate as efficiently as possible. The next few slides, Devin, next slide, please, are going to show some of the projects that have been completed over the last year or two. And these projects are not just building department projects. These projects are a collaborative effort from all departments. We have 700 Brookline Ave here. That's the hotel that is going for occupancy right now as we speak. And 1 and 2 Brookline Place in the lower right corner. Those 2 projects were part of being constructed at the same time as the Gateway East project. The planning department played a key role in getting 700 Brookline Ave going, as well as 1 and 2 Brookline Place. We worked with DPW on, these construction projects went at the same time that Gateway East was going on. So this was, not just a building department thing, although we did all the inspections to get them up. This is a collaborative effort, and we've got a lot of pretty, nice buildings and a lot of nice new development out there. On the top right is 420 Harvard Street. That's a 40B. It was occupied probably a year or so ago, and the bottom left is another, probably a few man hours to get these projects going. The next slide shows some multifamily projects. This up at the top left is 20 Boylston Street, and the top right, that is at just on the outskirts of the Gateway East project near the Brookline Bank, and The bottom two show some other construction projects that are going on. 54 Auburn Street, 12 units. That's got some parking, below. And the bottom right is 120 Harvard Street, 127 Harvard Street. That's the former Beep building that was going to be donated to the town. That's been, it's still an educational building, but that's been under construction for a few years now and is moving along. Next slide, Devin. Boylston Street, these are two sites. We're in close proximity to one another. They're kind of across the street from the old Lincoln School. On the left, it's a rehabilitated two-family dwelling, and in behind that are going to be 6 attached dwellings. The one off to the right shows a vacant lot right now. They just tore those buildings down, and that'll be a 3-story building with 5 units and parking under. The next slides show some of the progress we've been making over at Hancock Village. ROSB is residents of South Brookline. Again, this is another collaborative effort between the planning department, the building department, even DPW on getting these projects permitted, approved, and then occupied. You'll see in the top left and the bottom right, those are some of the 11 infill buildings consisting of 44 units. They're in the process of requesting temporary COs for that now. In the top right and the bottom left is called building number 12. That used to be the big hill that was up on the south side of Hancock Village. They've taken that hill down. What you're looking at is some of the parking structure, and then the steel frame is going up. That'll be about a 6-story multifamily building. The next slide is the pudding stone. That's the north side. That's going to consist of, on the left side, back behind that dozer you see, there's going to be a 6-story multifamily dwelling with, again, parking below. That's about 250 units. There'll be a community building and a pool. And the right-hand side is a similar view from Independence Ave. Off to the right on Jerry is a 36-unit unit building with some parking under as well. And the last photo is our, we have successfully got some solar panels installed. These are the Ridley School. It's not live yet. Charlie might have an idea of when this is going to go actually online, but this has been installed over the last month or so. I've issued permits for 4 buildings to have solar panels installed. And Charlie ran some numbers with the design engineer. If this thing, gets going, it'll give us an annual savings of approximately 18% on our electric bill. So that's everything I've got tonight, and Charlie and I are here to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? I'd like to ask one question of Charlie Simmons. At the Ridley School, how much of the school's electricity needs will the solar panels be able to accommodate?
As Dan mentioned, it's going to reduce the load by about 18%. I don't have the exact kilowatt number, but we'll say about overall 20% reduction and 20% of the use of the building.
Okay, so 80% from other sources.
Right.
Okay. Nancy.
A couple of comments. Thank you for running through all those projects. I was not familiar, very familiar with some of them. I know they're coming, but they look like they're in various stages of completion. And I imagine that will increase our supply of affordable housing, and that some of these units will then go on the SHI, which is a good thing. I'm wondering, so let me move on to the Newbury Academic Building. I know the building department has now moved in there. And I wondered if I could ask Charlie how much of a difference it's making in terms of your workspace and your work lives.
Making a much better difference. Thank you. It's improved morale quite a bit. We can spread out. We have room to store things. We have spaces where the tradesmen can set up their offices now. And it's actually worked out very, very well. I'm very happy to have it.
I'm glad to hear it. I think that was a move which has also saved the town money because you're able to store supplies. You don't have to send your guys out to Home Depot and waste a couple of hours getting some piece of equipment some small thing that they needed, which they couldn't store with you. Is that correct?
Correct. Yes.
So you're buying them in bulk, I assume, and
Yes, we are. Yeah.
and that's a great thing. The other thing I want to comment on is that I've had the opportunity to work with both Tony and Ray, Tony Quigley and Ray Masak in the building department. And the funny thing is, it's on the same building. Tony and I was on the school committee then, but Tony and I worked on the high school together. And the first renovation of the high school, where we mostly dealt with the infrastructure and the fact that we had an electric system dating from 1910. We would tease each other about the Thomas Edison switchboard in that building, and actually it wasn't a tease because it was really the truth. but so I had the opportunity to work with him and a little bit also on the Ridley School. And now I've had an opportunity to work with Ray on the new iteration of the high school. And that's been an excellent experience. Ray has really been very, very good, a good manager for the town, and keeping his eye on all these different projects and moving things forward. So I just want to compliment them and you on that, because I do think that we're very fortunate to have both of those gentlemen in working for the town. Tony that was when he was very, very fresh, but he was very energetic and he did a great job. And Ray has really applied himself also to this BHS project. And I'm sure you've heard more than you want to know about the project, but I'll just inform the other board members now and Mel that we're making progress on the MBTA issues, and that's a really good thing. They have now approved a bypass, meaning that the trains will no longer stop at Brookline Hills Station. They will no longer stop between Easter weekend and I believe it's October 8th. Or sometime in October. And the reason for that is that we're starting to tear up the station. So poor passengers could not get off, otherwise they'd jump into a big hole. And while we build the station, we need to have it bypassed. And we're also working with them on giving us shutdowns for weekends, because the bypass will not be enough to get us all of the time we need to construct the new station. But it will be, I believe it will be a real addition to Brookline, a significant accessibility upgrade, and a model of a station for the future, because it's going to be a station which will be able to accept 3 cars. And that is the MBTA vision for the future, or part of the vision anyway. So I just wanted to let you know, thank you to Ray, thank you to Tony, thank you to you, Dan, thank you, Charlie. You've all done a great job, and we're lucky to have you guys for working for the town.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any, John?
I want to thank Dan for that presentation. And I thought I knew just about everything that was going on in terms of projects in Brookline, but this really brought home what an extraordinary year this has been. And to think that this has all been happening during this period of COVID. I get the impression, and that's all it is, kind of a seat of the pants impression, that we haven't had a year quite like this in a while in terms of the number of projects ongoing. Can you quantify that? Am I just imagining, or has this been a really extraordinary year?
It has been, and I think probably I would go back another maybe 2 years, because this and again, some of these projects began on paper 5 years ago through the comprehensive permit process, and this board, maybe not the current members, but previous boards would have to comment on these eligibility letters. So this is something that was 4 or 5 years ago that has come all the way through, and we are making progress on our affordable housing that hitting the 10%. I think, and Allison can maybe address it. She's coming up next, but I have a comprehensive permit, 1180 Boylston on the corner down there in Chestnut Hill, that is ready to move forward, that I'm ready to issue a permit on. That might put us over. But so that's just projects that, are kind of ongoing and have completed. There are still, 4 or 5 comprehensive permits that are out there being reviewed now. And those will probably be, shovel in the ground in a year or two. There is a lot going on, and it doesn't really seem to be slowing down.
The two of you don't look tired, and you don't look older than you were a year ago. I mean,
I feel tired and older. How's that?
I think of the meetings of the school committee where, everything under the sun was being thrown at Charlie. I mean, tents, open windows that used to not open that have to open, HVAC systems that have to be, brought up to some kind of standard that we never met before. And I don't think you even mentioned all that stuff there in your slideshow. I mean, but that's also part of what you've been up to this year. It's really amazing. And, and then in the middle of it, you've got people like me being a pain in the neck because some restaurants are struggling to survive, and we want you to give them a break. And I want to thank you that you did give them a break. That occurred just within the last 2 weeks. And I know they're grateful, and I know that they're going to make the best of this opportunity in a very difficult situation that they're in economically. And so thank you for that. Belated thank you for that. And if I don't want to take all of this time, but I did want to ask you another couple of questions. So Driscoll, can you give us an update on exactly what the status of the ground thermal is for that project?
So that was I think an alternate. It was like a $2.5 million upcharge that would be added on. We are in the process right now. There's a lot of bids that are out in the street that are coming in that are under review by our OPM. I don't know those numbers now, but it depends. If those come in, low, there's a chance that we might be able to get some of these ad alternates. If they come in high, we're going to have to revisit everything. And those are still kind of out there. I think those will probably be presented to the building commission in their meeting in April. So we'll have some better ideas of the numbers in 2 weeks, and then be able to find out whether we can, step back and add in the geothermal, or if we have to step back, excuse me, and maybe do some value engineering on other, aspects of the building. But
the information I'm kind of fishing for here is, do you think that, I suppose the answer is all it takes is money, but I would love to think that Brookline is going to have a net zero school at some point. I don't think we've achieved it for obvious reasons, with the Ridley School, but we've made a great step forward with these solar panels on the roof. But when you view the current school projects, and then you think about projects in the future, can you imagine there being town school projects that are net zero?
Yeah, I mean, moving forward, it would depend on, again, a lot of it for Brookline. It's a tough area because of the sites. They're so tight and they're so small. Geothermal, you do need that area. So, we were hoping Driscoll might be the one because it has some room. You're looking at Pierce, that could be much more difficult. It's just because that whatever is built there or renovated there is going to, take up the entire site. But moving forward, as any of these different processes come forward and they become easier to achieve, I would hope that someday, somehow, we would, be able to get some sort of a net zero thing coming forward. And if it's not in a brand new building, it might be on a building that we might have to retrofit and go back and do something on, possibly.
I think it's a great goal to strive for and to keep in mind. And I'm encouraged that we're going to get there. But it isn't going to be easy, but we're going to get there. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to our next budget review. But before we do that, I'd like to just mention that during the grant of locations, Ira Axelrod put in the chat box or question and answer box that he came to the meeting late because it was called during the time of religious services. We have our organization on Salisbury Road and we have some concerns. So it's kind of late to express those concerns now, but I would urge him to put them in writing and send to the select board, and we'll try to get answers for you.
Chair Green, I did want to let you know that I shared his email address with Commissioner Galantine, and she'll be getting in touch with him.
Great, thank you. Okay, next we have planning. I'm sorry. Did someone say something?
No,
Okay, next, planning and community development. I see that someone has already taken over the screen and is raring to go.
Absolutely.
Is that you, Allison?
Yes, it is. Allison Steinfeld, Planning Director. I have with me tonight, I believe I saw Joe Viola, Assistant Director for Community Planning, and Kara Bruton, Economic Development Director. Polly Selka, who is our Assistant Director for Regulatory Planning, is covering a 40B. In terms of FY22, the Planning Department budget is essentially level funded, with one very important exception, and that is funding is being restored to the Economic Development Long-Term Planner position. I want to acknowledge the extraordinary staff that we have. They've worked hard. They bring terrific expertise and a commitment to the town. We have been fully functional, but we've been functioning essentially remotely, in large part because our admin staff has worked within the town hall. But I do think we've been very successful in working remotely. We've had a number of vacancies this past year. We just filled our zoning coordinator planner position within the regulatory planning division. We will continue to have an unfilled, unfunded part-time preservation planner, at least through FY22. We are filling the community planning position within the community planning division. And I want to take special note of economic development long-term planning. They've had the economic development long-term planner position vacant for well over a year. And plus, Kara Bruton has been fulfilling the responsibilities for sustainability. So in effect, they've been down 2 positions, and they've not only done their regular work, done sustainability, but they've literally been out on the streets helping our business community. And I definitely want to thank Kara and Meredith for that. We still have the Assistant Director for Sustainability Planning position vacant. We have been working hard to fill that, and I'm hoping we're close. But I expect that position will be filled soon. As you, of course, know, we have a number of mandatory responsibilities focused on implementing Chapter 40A, B, and C, which are our land use regulations, and Chapter 55C, which relates to the Housing Trust. We also administer the Community Development Block Grant and home programs. And during this past year, we've implemented the economic stimulus funding, which was administered through block grant. We're also responsible for the housing program, and like all departments, we have to respond to public records requests. We also are responsible for a host of non-discretionary assignments and obligations. And basically those relate to directives and initiatives of the select board. We are always dealing with development proposals, and that's the full range from the homeowner to a major developer. We conduct grant reconnaissance, and if we're lucky to get the grants, we administer them. Kara's been continuing to administer the Brookline Green Electricity Program and provide support to our existing businesses. And in addition to providing support to our land use boards, which are Preservation Commission, Planning Board, and Zoning Board of Appeals, we staff about 6 committees that are expressly select board appointed committees. And we certainly are dealing with it now, we respond and seek to improve petition warrant articles. In terms of FY21, We're hoping to continue and fully expect to continue to support our vulnerable populations and business community. And I want to make a note specifically of community planning. Joe Viola and Awana Lindo Smith, our CD administrator, literally went through years of past block grant budgets to identify surplus funding, little pockets of surplus funding. And they cobbled that together and were able to get, with your support, money out on the streets to help with food, with rent, with businesses who are had to close. And following that, and this was before the economic stimulus funds were available, then they proceeded to administer $1.3 million in the economic stimulus budget. Kara and Meredith were out providing support to the businesses. And again, I want to commend them for that extraordinary work. At one point, they had the entire professional staff out putting signs up on the streets, so saving spaces for deliveries and pickup. We're also engaged in the Boylston Street Corridor Study, which is Lower Boylston. We have, as I indicated, we've maintained support to sustainability, and I hope, and I certainly fully expect to say that we've hired a new assistant director for sustainability planning during this fiscal year. We presented to you what I think is a rather impressive fossil fuel-free incentives report about a month ago. We are sponsoring zoning amendments, specifically micro-unit and age-restricted housing. We're involved in a warrant article to expand the Lawrence Local Historic District. We are in the process of transitioning non-land use cannabis-related issues to the new cannabis coordinator. We are making progress on the Kent Street, Station Street Elderly Housing Project. And I fully expect that we will be releasing an RFP for the housing production plan within a month or so. In terms of FY22, we expect to start the Chestnut Hill Boylston Street study. That's essentially Route 9 west from Hammond to the Newton line. We're doing everything we can to preserve the Olmsted Richardson properties on Cottage and Warren. I expect that we'll be initiating a Fisher Hill municipal planning process to focus on the west side of the former Newbury campus. I would like to resume development of the site plan approval process, and we will work with the new assistant directors to support and strengthen the new division. We fully expect to complete ongoing proactive planning projects and initiatives, and then undertake some new ones. In terms of current plans, we've been working on the multifamily housing study. We will be working on the parking demand study and the housing production plan. And I expect in 22, we will begin some corridor studies. In terms of those specific studies, I'd like to take a few minutes to just give you an overview of what we're doing and what we plan to do. The multifamily housing study, which is underway, focuses on all L, G, and M zoning in districts so that we can understand and analyze how dimensional controls as well as parking requirements interrelate. A major finding to date is that our dimensional controls actually conflict with each other. FAR, floor area ratio restrictions, effectively negate other dimensional controls such as height and setback. So zones that ostensibly allow for specified heights actually preclude the realization of those heights because of the FAR restrictions. As part of the multifamily study, we'll also be doing a parking demand study. We'll be hiring a consultant within the next couple of months in order to identify and examine changing lifestyles and evolving attitude towards cars within the context of the parking supply. As I indicated to you, we're also doing the housing production plan, which will be a systematic plan to create new housing, which will examine a number of mechanisms, including, but in no way limited to, expanding accessory apartments, inclusionary zoning, public benefit incentives. And what's important to understand is the multifamily housing study, which will incorporate the parking demand study, will be feeding into the housing production plan. We will also be starting, once the multifamily housing study is done, zone, area, and corridor specific studies. And that will mean continuing our Route 9 studies and then beginning to focus on Beacon Street and Harvard Street corridors. It's important to understand that there is a synergy between all these planning initiatives. They are interrelated and they will build upon each other. And it's the planning department's responsibility to coordinate and integrate these studies. That will continue to involve all of the divisions, which soon will be 4 divisions within the planning department, drawing upon different disciplines within planning, different experiences and different perspectives, all of which will serve to reinforce the linkages between our divisions. We'll undoubtedly continue to draw upon selective targeted consulting services, such as the parking demand study. I'm hoping we're going to be able to do what we call a deconstruction study. We just recently applied for MAPC technical assistance to undertake this study, which is essentially understanding the environmental implications of demolition interrelated with the value that Brookline places on preserving our historic integrity. I hope it goes without saying, but I always need to reiterate it, that every one of our studies will definitely incorporate extensive interactive public input. Ultimately, from my perspective, the interrelationships between technical analysis and public engagement will serve as a basis for adjustments to zoning in the future. So I know Kara's here. I think we may have lost Joe, but we're certainly available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you. Let's see. Any questions from the board? Well, I'll start off by asking, give us some sense of what type of opportunities the hiring of the economic development long-term planner offers in terms of some of the issues that we've been discussing on the board and throughout town, like housing, affordable housing, and other matters.
Well, before I turn it over to Kara, I will tell you that we're creating linkages between economic development and housing. And that's in part due to the fact that both EDAB and HAB, oh, I'm sorry, I'll get rid of this. Both EDAB and HAB recognize the value of mixed use. But beyond that, I'll let Kara speak. Oh, hi, Joe.
Good evening, Kara Bruton, Economic Development Director. So your question is basically, what are we not getting done by not having that second planner position filled in the last year and a half? And for example,
and what can we get done now that once we have the person?
Right, yeah. Right. So for a couple examples, the Chestnut Hill area on Route 9 has been slated for a corridor study in that area, which would likely include a mix of uses. And that's been put off for a couple years. And then also the Newberry College study is another thing that was, committed to the town. And we as a town have not started that process yet either. But kind of just bigger picture, there's a slide that I often use looking at how long it takes for large projects to go from concept to actually bringing in revenue to the town. And you can think of that as revenue or additional housing projects. And for larger sites, that's a 10-year process. And so the idea is that we always want to be feeding, different parts of that cycle to keep things going. Like, Dan Bennett was talking about kind of the end of that cycle where we're, doing the building permits, and then we can start to see that increased tax revenue or those new housing units. Since March of 2019, there has been zero effort in starting the next seeded project. And that's because we've been pulled in a bunch of different directions. We spent a year getting the sustainability division up and going. We spent another year covering when that position was vacant. We've had COVID. We've also had the ED planner position vacant since Karen left. So, we have now more than 2 years, if you were to look at that time chart, 2 years that we've pushed off when we're going to see those next projects actually get in place. So it's been a significant impact for the town. It's one that will probably likely be felt 8 years from now.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Nancy? You're muted, I think.
Sorry. Sure, you, as we all are, looking forward to having the sustainability director on board. And I noticed that in some of the projects you talked about, you didn't much mention sustainability, and I'm wondering whether that's because you're waiting and to have this person come and advise us as to exactly what issues we should look for in each of those different projects. Some of them are not corridor projects, and some of them are, so I'm assuming even in the corridor projects that we would want to look at the issues of trees and make sure that we increase our planting of trees because that also is a climate mitigator. In addition to the fact that they're beautiful and they make things look beautiful, they are a climate mitigator. And they really help us in the fight against greenhouse gas emissions. So I'm just wondering, did you have any thoughts about how that will be incorporated?
Yes, I want to just follow up on that. Specifically, we anticipate that Lower Boylston will be our next overlay district. And we're already working with the committee to incorporate sustainability. And I expect when we wrote the fossil fuel free report, we indicated that overlays is the time to incorporate fossil fuel free. And I'm sure that we will be incorporating that into Lower Boylston as our first overlay. So in terms of what the new Assistant Director for Sustainability Planning will be doing, and at least initially, I think all our good candidates have indicated the first thing they need to do is go out and meet people. I mean, that's the right answer. So that's going to take a little bit of time. And then I want the person to look at our Climate Action Committee. Climate Action Plan, the CAP, and focus in on some priorities and basically do a basic strategic plan in terms of the next steps and what to do. So you're right. I didn't want to focus too much on sustainability in this presentation.
Right.
Next year we'll have a lot to say. Did that answer your question?
Yes, thank you.
Any other questions or?
Oh, I do have one other question.
Yes, Nancy.
Do you agree with Dan Bennett that maybe 1180 is going to push us over the top on the 40Bs of the 10%?
I've been waiting for 1180, yes.
Pardon?
I have been waiting for 1180.
Okay.
1180 has been on the SHI. It fell off because it didn't get
Right.
a permit within a year. But yes, we're 26 units short.
So is that, let me ask you, is that requirement that you have to get the permit within a year, is that reasonable? I mean, it seems like so many projects fall off the SHI and then come back on once they get the permit, because a year is really not enough.
It's particularly short because 40B projects differ from 40A projects in that there's not as much planning and intensive design work done during the application process.
Mm-hmm.
So they're not as far along as a 40A is. So you're right. It's rare that 1 year will do it. But as soon as they're able to pull a building permit, then they're back on. But they can fall off again. And as a matter of fact, as an aside, we've always said that the SHIs and units on the SHI aren't permanent until occupancy permit is issued. But we have Crown and Shield coming up, which is 8 units of rental. They've had an occupancy permit. They are to ZBA to convert from rental to condo. So we'll be losing 6 units off the SHI. So SHI is never permanent, I guess.
Well, wait a second. So they built this as a 40B and now they want to convert it to condo?
No, they want to. They built it as a 40B rental. So all the units go on the SHI. But you can also do a 40B home ownership, in which case only the home ownership units go in the SHI.
I see.
I mean, the affordable homeownership.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Only.
Yeah.
So we're losing the market rate units.
Okay.
We will be getting our first actual condo 40B application soon. You'll be seeing me again.
Okay, where's
I
that?
think we should have that in the mix, but
Bartlett Crescent, which is right on the.
Oh,
Brook-
that's right. That's right. Okay.
Yeah,
near the Driscoll School.
right behind Home Foods.
Yeah. Okay, unless there are any other questions, John?
I realize that, you know, the schedule is that we move on, but I'll keep this quick. I have not until this, you know, past June, when I got elected to this board, had the experience of working personally with people from the planning department on something like the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee, which I was fortunate to have been designated as chair of, and Kara is right below me on my screen anyway. And so I'll say that this at risk of embarrassing her, but she is the staff person for that committee, and I would say, based on, you know, 6 months of experience so far, you've got great staff people, and I know it now. I knew it before, but now I know it from, you know, the working relationship that she has had with this committee of some really good volunteer citizen members of this committee. And I won't say anything more specific than this, but I think you're going to see some really interesting things emerge from the work of the Boylston Street Corridor Study Committee. And it's opened my eyes to just how planning for the future is in its own way sort of an adventure, because the future is going to be so different from the present. And as one quick example, we had a presentation at our last committee meeting on from a group called HEAT, H-E-E-T, which is looking into the possibilities of the gas utilities in the future, not being gas utilities, but being geothermal utilities. And taking the network that they currently have of conduits in a given area, a given section of a city or a town, and turning all of that into a conduit system for geothermal energy. And you know, when you think about the planning that will be required to get to that sort of future, it's extraordinary. And yet that is going to be the future. I mean, a future that with less and less gas, more and more alternative forms of energy, a future with planning that incorporates net zero into buildings. It's not going to get any easier, you know that, but I feel like we've got a planning department that is up to it. And I just wanted to say, I think that's a real credit to the staff you have, and the fact that you have a staff that is short, a couple of people, but you're still getting all this stuff done. Good for you. That's great.
Okay,
Thank you very much. And I'll certainly share that.
Nancy, very quick.
I just want to second that. I've worked with both Kara and Joe on various projects, and you know, they're very terrific. And I know that Virginia is well appreciated in addition. And, you know, Maria and I guess Monique is not under your jurisdiction, but
not anymore.
But she's turning out to be great too. So
I'm glad the town was able to keep her.
I didn't mean to leave out Joe. I've heard some extraordinary things.
Okay, come on, wait a minute. Let's move on. We all know that they're all wonderful, but
no, but I had to say the magic word CDBG, which you know, Joe is Mr. CDBG, and he does a great job. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Next, we're going to warrant articles. These are public hearings. Let's start off with warrant article 40. Is that the first one on the agenda here? Apparently, yes. A resolution for BIG.
It is.
Okay, so who's going to be presenting that?
Me and Dan Saltzman.
Okay.
Before we begin, I just wanted to say that we're going to show a video that Big made in our presentation in a moment. While our own Devin Fields made a lovely statement that's included in it, I want to be sure to state that while she made a statement, she did not do so in the context of this warrant article. Oops. Her participation happened before the warrant article was filed, so I just wanted to make sure that's clear. So I'll begin. My name is Bonnie Bastian, town meeting member, precinct 5, and board member for Brookline Interactive Group. I'm here with co-petitioner Dan Saltzman to present warrant article 40, which is a resolution to ask the town to recognize BIG's essential work through a more formalized long-term partnership. We hope to do this through developing stable funding by increasing the percentage of cable fees devoted to BIG and by developing funding sources independent from those cable fees. We also want to explore future partnerships for public benefit and create a community media advisory committee to review cable licensing and leverage opportunities like grants of location to cable companies. Next slide, please. BIG's main funding source is the 2% of the 5% of per subscriber cable fees allowable under the federal cable franchise law, while the other 3% goes to the town. Both the town and BIG are losing funding because of the precipitous decline in these cable fees due to cable cord cutters and streaming services. Next slide, please. The town has been in partnership with BIG for 36 years. Through the COVID emergency, the town and BIG have been successfully working together to ensure that all government in Brookline is accessible and transparent and keeping community engagement at the forefront. In the first months of COVID, the town allocated $196,000 to BIG in recognition of the critical role that BIG plays. It was clear that the level of work needed from BIG wasn't sustainable without financial help from the town. And we thank the town for their long-term partnership and for the support at such a critical time. Next slide, please. Now we're going to play this video for you for just a moment, and then Dan will speak.
2020 is the year of adaptation, for working together to make safe and local decisions as a community, for listening deeply and ensuring that all voices are included, for learning new ways to communicate. A year for protecting our democracy and voting. Not only did BIG adapt to COVID by managing our community media center remotely, we gave you the tools to make sure that all Brookline voices are heard and amplified, that local decision-making was live on multiple streaming and cable platforms, and that local government and emergency alerts were publicly accessible, timely, and transparent. We didn't stop there. In 2020, BIG services expanded like never before. We covered Brookline High School's 4-hour live drive-through graduation on our community cable channels, Juneteenth events on local porches, Black Lives Matter protests, and community dialogue, and worked with Steps to Success.
Brookline Interactive Group is an incredible community partner for Steps to Success. It is always willing to let the Brookline community at large know about our programs and how the community can support us. Another way that Brookline Interactive Group has really supported our work is directly with our students. Over the last few years, BIG has provided incredible programming by giving our students their voice. They work with our students on our Summer Connections program, teaching them digital media, and having this kind of access to democratic media where anyone can get their voice heard is an amazing resource. I'm very thankful that Brookline Interactive Group both sees the importance of amplifying our voice as an organization, but also amplifying the voices of our students.
We've had a new program focused on seniors during COVID-19. Whether you're aging in place or seeking active living, watch BIG's daily curated content from Gentle Chair Yoga, Brookline Bees Sewing, Brookline Rotary, and Age-Friendly Cities.
BIG provides support for older adults and all times, but right now it's especially essential. So they provide education in the medium and support in producing. It's an exceptional organization, they are. All I hear about is what BIG is doing to help people communicate, to get news out, to get facts out, information out. Their services support the Brookline Community Aging Network, and they support all of our events and now much of the communication that occurs. I want to support BIG. I ask us all to support BIG because service in this world requires them more than ever. They are essential.
Working remotely, we secured reliable technology and partnered with the town of Brookline to train and support community leaders to live stream online over 500 live community events like issue forums and evolving public health, small business, and school reopening information.
I cannot say enough about the support that we receive from the Brookline Interactive Group, especially, as the roles and meetings in the public sphere have evolved since the onset of COVID-19. I think, one of the first people that I spoke to in the second week of March was Kathy Bisbee, and all I remember is her offering her unwavering support. I can say with 100% confidence, we would not have been able to transition to remote public meetings safely without fear of Zoom bombing or, insecurity with the meetings and being able to provide access to the public to be involved in that dialogue, especially during that kind of critical state of emergency time without big support.
Brookline Interactive Group was there for every minute of community decision-making, as always, and in expanded new ways. Our expanded work assures that Brookline's public process is 100% transparent and publicly accessible to all through our independent community cable channels, live streaming, social media, and archived community content online. Unfortunately, BIG's critical coverage may not survive without your support. Even as BIG expands its public media mission, we are losing over $125,000 in 2020 to 2021 from our main funding source of per subscriber cable fees and our ability to generate income for our in-person facility use and classes. We need your support more than ever. Donate now or become a member at brooklineinteractive.org/donate. Thank you for your support.
All right, I'll take it over from here. I'm Dan Saltzman, town meeting member, precinct 6, and I'm BIG's board chair. Thanks to the select board for having me here. And I'm in my basement, so you can see I put my virtual background like the old days in the select board. So we just saw how much good BIG does for the community. And here in this slide that you're looking at is an overview of BIG services. BIG doesn't just televise public meetings. There's so much more to it. Trainings, community engagement, and media collaborations, member content, so much more that BIG does for the community. Here you can see that BIG tripled their total content in 2020 versus 2019, almost 1,200 hours of coverage. And I'm actually going to just take a quick second as a shout out to the staff at BIG that made this happen. A real effort by Ann and Corbin, Andrew, Rebecca, and of course to Kathy. This level of content is not going away. As the public has adapted, this is really the new normal. So for example, hybrid meetings have already been codified into law in states like California. And in Brookline, we continue the movement towards greater government transparency. Here's a graph showing the breakdown of BIG's diverse content. Programming is only a quarter government content, as you can see. So BIG's programming really touches all aspects of community life in Brookline. BIG has been recognized in so many ways over recent years. Last year, the Brookline Arts Commission awarded BIG the 2020 Cultural Producer Award. BIG representatives were actually flown to Kenya and presented on virtual reality at the United Nations Environmental Assembly. BIG is truly a regional and indeed a national leader in community-based local media. Now let's look at the income sources that BIG received in 2019 through 2020. Delivering all this content that we've just heard about, it all costs money, of course, and at the level that Brookline requires, it's a lot of money. A year ago, while cable revenue was certainly still the majority funding source, BIG had made moves to begin bringing in other sources of funding. But COVID was a big setback. So fiscal year 2021, you can see that we really were reset. Previous progress was more or less wiped out. 97% of the funding last year came from the cable companies. You can see in this slide the projected losses that are coming forward. Now, this is essentially all from the cable companies being in deep decline, from the cord cutters and the streamers. Revenue from Comcast is declining by 12.5% annually. RCN revenue is declining annually by 14%. So we have to plan and we have to act. So Pre-COVID, there was a developing plan, recognizing the need to adapt and change to the declining cable revenues. Pre-COVID, a plan was formulating. Big recognized the end of the traditional funding. We advocated on local, regional, state, and national reforms to enhance cable company funding. Big grew its non-traditional funding model, expanded the board, expanded staff capacity. Big started the first public VR lab. This was the first publicly accessible VR lab in the country and presented on that topic to the UN in Kenya. So then the perfect storm hits. COVID stopped Big's ability to grow new sources of funding from our customary fees, workshops, classes, grants, paid after-school programs, and more. COVID halted Big's ability to research, advocate, and consider new ideas. Strategic planning was put on hold, and at the same time, there was a 200% increase in community demand for Big services, 3 times the rise in costs operating remotely. So in 2021, we had to take action. Big's adding staff to cover the 200% increase in community content, purchasing equipment and adding expertise to align with the new post-COVID landscape. Big's facility will reopen and continue providing curbside laptop and media making equipment to members. So what does the future hold? As other similar organizations are closing or being bought out by large media companies, Big is filling the void for local media. We're providing expertise for the community engagement plan. We're amplifying Brookline's diverse voices. Through multiple platforms, Big keeps Brookline informed and our democracy thriving. The petitioners are asking the town to recognize Big's work in 3 ways. 1, we need to help Big develop stable funding. We need a partner that is not dependent on legacy cable subscriptions. 2, we have to explore future partnerships with Big for the benefit of all of the town of Brookline. And last, we need to establish a new Community Media Advisory Committee. Brookline's Cable Television Advisory Committee is dormant. A new committee is needed to guide us into the cableless future. We need you to support Big. I hope you'll vote favorable action on warrant Article 40. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions from the board? Any comments? Assume everyone agrees that this is incredible.
Bernard, can you
sorry.
take off that beautiful picture of waves and making us all jealous so we want to jump in the ocean?
I can't do it, but I think Devin can. Or someone can. Good.
Yeah, I agree that this has been a very, very difficult time, and important community services like Big's has definitely suffered. I would be interested to see the ideas that come out of that media committee and how we might help Big secure stable partners for the future. I'm wondering whether, and I know that it must be tough to, that a lot of the services that you give and around Steps to Success and around the senior programming and all of that stuff, a lot of it's done by volunteers, and I don't think you charge people for those programs, which is important because they're really community services. Yeah, I can see why this is very much needed, especially now. In terms of dollars, what do you see as the future in terms of your financial needs? I guess I should be asking Kathy this. Sorry to put you on the spot.
That's okay. I think Dan was going to respond to that in regards to the warrant article.
Okay. I'm putting Dan on.
I think that things are obviously in a huge state of transition, and what we're trying to do is get the conversation started on this. I don't have a dollar amount to say to you right now, this is what we need. I know that we've been planning for a long time. We knew that this is coming. We're not just being surprised by this right now. But we need to study this. We need to look at this. And there's no doubt we're going to need funding. I mean, you saw those graphs. As far as an actual dollar number, I'm not prepared right now to say, this is the amount that we need going forward. But we know that we're going to need funding.
Yeah. Speaking of funding, I'd be interested in anything that maybe Mel can tell us about any limitations on our ability to assist big. I mean, I know he gave $86,000 last year. That must come out of a fund that we have a little more flexibility with than some other funds in town. So how much flexibility do we have?
Sure. Let me make a couple of comments. First of all, I do want to thank Bonnie and Dan for their presentation. I had an opportunity to speak with Dan the other day. I wanted to assure him that the town does not consider this proposal adversarial in any way. In fact, all those things that Devin Fields said in the video, I feel the same way about. The town could not possibly have taken on the challenge of moving into a remote environment, especially for its public meetings, without the creativity and resources of BIG. We very much appreciate them. I consider them a hero as part of the town's COVID-19 response. I think the issue that I have are a couple of things. First of all, I would say that the system we have in this country of funding cable access is broken. It's obsolete. Cable access is not like what we used to remember about cable access. You know, I laugh about the Wayne's World videos and some of those things. BIG has reinvented itself, yet the cable funding and regulatory process in this country is still mired in cable TV. In fact, you're not supposed to use these funds that are derived from cable franchises for non-cable purposes. But of course, that's what we need. We need to go beyond cable and into other forms of video and other communication. So that's one thing. I do in America, the cable is regulated at the federal level with Congress for the most part. So I think it's important, and perhaps the next time we see our congressman, we can mention that. In terms of the specific proposal or the resolution, I have to say, and I told Dan very clearly that it's a zero-sum game for us. If you take away X percent from the town and give it to BIG, that's X percent less for the town. And so, I have to say that and have to protect against the loss of the town's revenue. On the other hand, I think we all agree that we need to get creative. And I'm very happy to work with BIG and in this process, and happy to do that.
Well, I guess my question though was, what limitations are we subject to? I mean, we were able to give them some money last year, but I would think that we don't have unlimited authority to.
Yeah, that expenditure last year of 190 some odd thousand. I mean, literally, I believe we went into the fund and found interest income and other sources. That money's gone, and so what we're left with is the 2% of the cable franchise fee, which I think, as you heard, is insufficient. And by the way, is going down for the town as well. We don't see the future of cable, traditional cable TV. We need to find a new funding source for both the town and BIG for our cable access or whatever you want to call it.
By the way, I think every one of members of the select board can give multiple examples of BIG's importance, not just in terms of these meetings and meetings of boards and commissions, but special programs that we participate in that BIG is essential to the success of, and for which BIG does an incredible job. But like Mel says, there is no money tree, and the money trees that we do have are limited in terms of what we can do with them. But I think the point of this resolution is to get us to put our heads together and come up with some creative ideas, maybe outside the box, or things that maybe we hadn't thought of in order to address what is a critical situation. I mean, we can't operate as a town without BIG. And so I mean that really should be the way in which we look at this.
Let me ask a question.
Yeah.
And this is sort of am I trying to think outside the box a little bit, and I don't even know whether it's permitted for big. But if you were to recruit some, perhaps some celebrities or some singers or some, who wanted to who would be willing to donate a performance. We have had some celebrities who lived in town and who went through the high school and grew up here, thinking about John Hodgman Jr. And I'm thinking about another comedian. He's tall and with red hair. Pardon me? You know who I mean?
Conan.
What?
Conan.
Yep. Conan O'Brien.
Yeah.
Thank you. And but I'm wondering whether if you did that and went into sort of a theater business, you could attract tickets or whatever. Sell tickets for an online performance like that. You don't need a space because it's, but I'm just wondering whether that could be a source of revenue. I don't know whether the regulations prohibit you from doing something like that.
They'd also be in competition with another great institution.
Coolidge Corner Theater. I know.
That big is supports in many ways.
And maybe it could be a collaboration.
Yeah. Okay. Those are great ideas. I think that isn't the issue on the table. How the town can sort of find money under the sofa. Pillows or wherever to support.
No, I recognize that, Bernard, but I'm just trying to think of some other ways. I know that I saw in Dan's chart that there were some, slivers of other funding grants and other things. And I'm just wondering whether, and that pie has really shrunk. And so whether there's a possibility of expanding that pie as well as, trying to find other stable funding sources.
And I can speak to that as well. I mean, that's certainly something that we have been trying to do. That was a big plan for before COVID. But here, what we're trying to do with this resolution is to really think about some long-term solutions, some solid, reliable things. We will absolutely be doing fundraising and getting as creative as possible. But yeah, we're really looking for some kind of way to be able to really rely on some funding long-term to keep us afloat.
John.
Yeah, it's my night to distribute praise. And I just want to say something about Kathy Bisbee.
We'll be here all night if everyone.
I know.
About Kathy Bisbee.
I know. No, but it's all about individuals, and she has been extraordinary. And I can recall occasions when I was literally on the phone with her saying, is there any way that you can get that whatever subcommittee meeting, on that channel that you have that's not the main channel, but it's the other channel, and she would work it out and figure out how to do it, and came to the rescue. It was great. Having said that, I'm going to also just throw in a note of caution, if that's what it is, that to invite in the town of Brookline to be part of the funding source for BIG, I think everybody has to recognize could have some consequences in that you then become part of the communication strategy for the town. I mean, the town has a budget for communication. I think that necessarily we would have to look at the money that we set aside for BIG as part of the money that we set aside for communication. And so I think that's something that needs to be explored too, is that to what extent can you both retain your independence in terms of your decisions about programming, but also partner with the town if the town is going to be a funding partner, for BIG.
Interesting question.
Would you like for me to answer that to some extent? I'll be
also,
really brief. Thank you, John, and thank you, all of you select board members. It's been really a pleasure this last year to work with all of you and with your really dedicated staff and members of the community who've jumped in and helped create all of this amazing content. I could not have imagined that we would triple the amount of content that this community produced, not just in government meetings, but by every aspect of our community. So I want to thank the whole community for that as well, and our team at Big. Two things. You can consider a percentage of the cable fee that the town's getting and that Big is getting, maybe by raising the amount that Big is getting, like some other communities have, while we're extending the runway to be able to plan for a post cable fee future. And I think that's one of the things that Dan was talking about in the presentation. We were trying to figure out the future through fundraising events and celebrities. I will take them all. But that got halted, and we turned our intention instead to the community and how we might best serve the communications needs of our community during COVID. And that's all we've been able to do for the last, year. So while I'd like to think we could get started on those other things right away, we simply don't have the bandwidth yet, because we're still providing for the communications needs of the community. So John, I think we're already doing that. We're, as we speak, creating graphics for the community bill of rights that the community engagement plan is developing. Big is making those graphics. So we're already jumping in lots of ways just to meet the need. And I think what we're asking for is a greater percentage of the cable fees for now, so that as we can work on these other solutions, we can extend that runway.
So in the Warren article, it talks about addressing issues by encouraging the town to commit to stable funding, encouraging further collaboration, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I don't see a sort of structure for doing that. Are you suggesting a committee? What is the vehicle that we can drive this this process home with?
I think the committee is a great start. That's a way for a group of people to get together and think about this deliberately. There's no question that the money, there is some money that's still there now. That money is going away for both the town and for Big. It would be good if some of that money could fund what we're doing. But long term, we both need a strategy to replace that money. So a committee formed by the select board to think about all this stuff is really, the way to go right now.
Okay. So I don't see that in the Warren article. Or am I missing it?
Yeah, it's there.
Okay.
It's one of the three things that we're essentially asking for. We'd like to be a partner. We'd like that short-term sharing of that money in a fashion that we can figure out, and a committee. Those are the three things that we're asking for.
Okay.
And we could use some help on the federal and state legislation too, Mel. I'd love to work with your office. I'm on the regional board for the Alliance for Community Media that is fighting for community media all across both the country and in the Northeast region. There's a state piece of legislation we'd like support on that will help try to do this statewide and in the entire Northeast region. I mean, we can really be an ally to other media centers across the region and across the country as well, because they're not doing the level of what Big has done. I'm saying that in modesty, but we are reaching out, they're reaching out to us and asking us for help to do some of the things that we figured out early on and have been able to do in partnership with our community.
I think that's great, Kathy, be eager to work with you on those kind of challenges. I would note that Senator Markey from Massachusetts is a leader in telecommunications in Congress. And so, I think we'd want to reach out to his office, and I'm sure you have a relationship.
He's been a great ally. Yes, absolutely. But there's lots of other folks that we need to reach out to too. One of the bills in the state legislature is that would bring money to the town, to the municipalities. It would bring money to the town, it would bring money to the state and money to community media. So we'd like to see support for bills like that, if not that one. But we can't just stop there. We need to really explore a lot of different opportunities that might be available to us and to the town.
Yeah, and this town has 5 Senate and House representatives representing us, and they're all very good and very powerful. So we need to mobilize that. So this is a public hearing, as Devin reminded me. I knew that, Devin. Devin, do we have anyone in the queue who would like to speak?
At this time, there are 12 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Any further discussion from the select board? I mean, Dan, I actually don't see the idea of a committee in the warrant article, so maybe you can point that out to me. Because I think we need to, pardon me?
It's there. It's
in the second resolve clause. Yeah, it's there, definitely.
Okay.
It says committee, but it didn't name it. I think Dan had a nice name for it in the explanation, but in the warrant article, it isn't named. So it doesn't quite stand out the way it did in the
Maybe I'm looking at the wrong document.
We'll get you the right one.
No, I have the right one. I just need to find it. It's in that big pile of paper.
Yes. I'd also like to point out that earlier we heard from the disparities working group, and in those disparities that they found, internet access and computers are a really big disparity. So, you know, thinking about the really bright future that partnerships with Big will have, there's a lot out there to think about, you know, what's possible with innovation in this town. We're very lucky to have Big.
No doubt about that. Okay, Devin, let's check to see if anyone wants to participate in the hearing again before I close it.
At this time, there are 12 attendees, and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, the hearing is thereby closed. Any further comments from the select board? Okay, we're not going to be voting tonight. I don't think we should. But thank you for the presentation and bringing to our attention what we already knew was a really critical issue for this town. So
thank you so much.
Thanks very much.
Bye.
Thank you.
Okay, next we have warrant article 28, marijuana racial equity expenditures, which is a select board petitioned warrant article. Melissa, I see you're here on the screen.
Good evening. So Article 28 should be familiar to the board. This is an article which seeks special legislation from the state legislature in order to allow the town to expend funds coming from host community money for racial equity purposes. So the article essentially is asking town meeting to give the board the authority to file the petition, to have the state legislature file the petition.
Great. Okay, any, is there anything that the board has to, any questions from the board? Okay, Heather, why don't we start the public hearing on this warrant article 28, marijuana racial equity expenditures.
This time there are 14 attendees, and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay.
Can I just say one thing about this?
Yes, please.
Yeah, this is a very important piece of a very important warrant article, and it would be important for us to hopefully get a change in the law. As you know, the law really talks about the host community agreement money funding things that are to do with municipal operations that were affected or in some way affected by the having the retail marijuana operation in the town. And so in order to reach out and broaden the definition of what we can spend it on, this is the way we figure we can do it. And what we don't want to do is take it upon ourselves to interpret the law in a way that it wasn't designed to do, and then face criticism or backlash from the dispensaries themselves, which they have the right to do. So we want to make sure that this is the right path to go down, and this is the way to do it. This is the path we'd like to go down. And so we're hoping that the state will come through for us on this one. And I imagine there are many other communities who would benefit by this as well.
Yeah, you know, we have two, I mean, at least two, but I know two state representatives who would be very supportive of our efforts. So that's going to be, you know, something in our favor. So. Any further discussion?
Is there a reason not to vote on this one tonight, or should we wait until Raul has a chance to weigh in, or?
I mean, Raul is not going to oppose this, so I mean,
Probably not, but
I don't know. I mean, what do other people think? John, what do you think?
I'm prepared to vote for it.
Okay, Heather, how about you?
Can you repeat it one more time?
The question is whether we should vote tonight or wait for another day so that Raul can put in his views on this, which will be supportive of the warrant article, since it is our warrant article, and you know, he's supportive of this initiative.
I would recommend waiting because he would likely want to be listed in the combined reports as supporting if that's his choice.
Okay,
So
that's a good point.
that makes sense. Okay.
So we'll hold this for another day. And we've had a public hearing, so let's move on to warrant article 29, general bylaw on outdoor dining. There's the related zoning bylaw, but I think we should take these separately. I think we have to take them separately. So Melissa, are you going to present this, or do we have someone else?
I think there's someone else here because I'm not
okay
able to present this one.
Yeah, I am just checking the attendee list. Give me 1 minute.
So I see that Kara might need some additional time. Looks like maybe 20 minutes.
Before she can present?
They're at advisory right now presenting on the same article. So if we skip over these, we can take some other articles and then jump back when she's ready.
Okay, so let's go to warrant article 31, speed regulations. Is there someone to present on this?
Yes.
I see Todd Crane.
Yeah, Devin, I believe Len Woolley is actually here to present on the part of the board. I'm just here to answer questions if you have any, and to support the transportation board.
Well, Lynn, I think you're muted.
Okay, can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay, good evening, Chair. Good evening, Select Board. I'm gonna share my screen, is that okay?
Sure.
How's that?
Good.
Okay, so I'm here to discuss warrant article 31 for the spring 2021 town meeting. It's a home rule petition to standardize speed limits in Brookline. It's put forth by the Brookline Transportation Board. As a bit of history, in May 2017, town meeting voted for a 25-mile-per-hour default speed limit throughout town. Town meeting voted strongly in favor of this warrant article, and the 25-mile-per-hour default speed limit in Brookline became official in October 2017 when the Transportation Board ratified it. Lower vehicle speeds means safer streets for mainly two reasons. Drivers have longer to respond to a pedestrian, maybe if there's a ball rolling into the street or a vehicle ahead of them brakes suddenly. And then when crashes do occur, lower speeds mean higher survival rates for pedestrians, cyclists. Also means less severe injuries. But because of an outdated state law, some streets that were previously posted for higher speed limits are stuck at those higher limits. And MassDOT and state law currently provides no means to remove a posted speed limit and go back to the slower statutory speed limit. So in order to have a new speed limit at a particular location, town staff has to go through a fairly arduous process, including doing a speed study in which the allowable speed limit would be set based on the 85th percentile rule. Then it would have to have a positive vote from the Transportation Board for a petition seeking approval from MassDOT to post the speed limit. And then finally, they would have to submit the request to MassDOT for permission to post. Now, when you do this 85th percentile rule, typically you end up with a faster speed limit than is already posted. So these anachronistic higher limits apply to many residential streets, including segments listed here. I won't read all of them, but there's quite a few. Many of these are 30 miles per hour, some are 35. And so the status quo presents an inconsistent and confusing message to drivers. So on some streets, the driver might see 25 mile per hour statutory speed limit, and then shortly after, there's a 30 mile per hour speed limit. In some cases, the speed limit is different depending on which direction you go. That's the case on High Street, it's the case on Clinton Road. And then on some quiet residential streets with some postings like Woodland Road, they have higher speed limits than the default town speed limit. So originally this sign may have been posted in an effort to slow the vehicles, but now it has the effect of making them go faster. This is a picture of Newton Street, and as you can see, there's a 25 mile per hour speed limit, and then shortly after, there's a 30 mile per hour speed limit sign. So the Transportation Board believes that the status quo presents an inconsistent and confusing message to drivers. So in some cases, you see 25 mile per hour speed limit and then a faster speed limit sign. Oh, sorry. Went to the wrong slide. Here's another example where 25 mile per hour thickly settled speed limit sign. This is on Pleasant Street. And then shortly after, there's a 30 mile per hour speed limit sign. It's very confusing. Here on Clinton Road, 35 mile per hour speed limit. In the other direction, it's 30 miles per hour. And just past the speed limit sign, there's a crosswalk that takes you to a park. Here's the example on High Street where you have 30 mile per hour speed limit on a fairly residential street. And again, on Woodland Road, 30 mile per hour speed limit. I wouldn't be comfortable driving that fast on this section. So warrant Article 31 would petition the legislature to allow Brookline to simplify the process for reducing speed limits on posted roads. It petitions the legislature to enact legislation authorizing the Transportation Board to reduce the legal speed limit by removing the posted speed limit in excess of 25 miles per hour and restore the street to the statutory speed limit of 25 miles per hour without the multi-step, extensive, and costly process that's currently required under state law. Now, a speed limit reduction could only occur after a public hearing and with a supermajority vote of the Transportation Board. Here are the benefits of passing warrant Article 31. It would give the town more control over its speed limits within the confines of state law. It would reduce confusion and inconsistency for drivers. And it would also create safer streets for pedestrians, cyclists, and other vulnerable road users, which is in line with the town's complete streets policy. This concludes my slides.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Nancy?
I won't ask a question so much as I'll make a comment that I think this is really the right way to go. I think in terms of safety, it's really paramount, not only for, other drivers, and some of the streets are narrow and, you want to avoid hitting another car. You want to make sure you're going appropriately low speed in order to be able to control the vehicle, but also, I'm worried about bicyclists and pedestrians. And I think that, if we hope that no one is hit by a car, but if they are, we want it to be a car that's moving slowly and not quickly, because more damage will be done the quicker you're driving. So I'm hoping that we will pass this, and I'm hoping that the legislature will also grant us the relief. Did Todd or Glenn, do you know, has the legislature approved this kind of thing for other municipalities?
No, so Brookline is not the only one going through this situation, since we've been allowed to take municipal action with a 25-mile-per-hour statutory speed limit within the town. And we're not the only ones that approached Mass DOT on numerous occasions, asking them to engage to develop a process that would allow us to take back the posted speed limits and revert back to the statutory speed limit. Because of that, Representative Vitolo and other legislative members have been discussing on filing in a bill that will cover all municipalities. However, in discussing this with legislative delegation, and Representative Vitolo just joined us, my understanding is that he was also advised to recommend the town to seek home rule petition as well, and to move those together through the legislative process. But actually, with Representative Vitolo here, I will allow him to describe that process.
Mr. Vitolo.
Chair Green, thank you for having me. And as you know, I never miss the opportunity to quickly say, you can always give me a call, 617-872-8921. I want to thank Len for working on this, specifically for reaching out to me before he filed the home rule to check in on the right strategy, how to get the language right. I think it was very helpful. As you know, I abstain from voting on all home rule petitions. I view my role as making sure to carry the town's water on home rules the best I can. I will say there is a legislator from the 15th Norfolk District, clever guy, who filed this exact same concept to apply to all cities and towns in the Commonwealth. Since if Brookline is having the problem, so too are other communities who are thickly settled. That process will likely take far longer than possibly a home rule. And so if Brookline is interested in resolving the problems with these dozen or 24 streets, it might not be wise to wait for Tommy Vitolo's proposed bill to go into effect. That may take a couple of sessions to work its way through. A home rule petition may well scratch Brookline's itch more quickly.
Okay. I guess I have a question. It's really, I think this is an absolutely essential warrant article and a change for safety reasons and other reasons. I'm curious though, one of your slides showed streets that were appropriately appropriately should be reduced in speed to 25 miles per hour. And one of them was Hammond Road. Seems to me that, yes, that's a residential street, but I'm not sure that it makes much sense to include that in the type of residential streets that we're looking to reduce speeds on. And just a thought. You have any comment to that? I don't mind
Yes.
going 25 miles per hour on Hammond Street, but I think that, you know, it's the type of major thoroughfare that, you know, that may not be appropriate for.
Right. So each street that would go before the transportation board would have public comments, so people could bring up concerns like this is a major arterial street where a lot of people drive through. And the transportation board would take that into consideration when making a decision.
Yeah, of course, but my question was, why is it on your list to begin with?
So I can provide comment on that. And Select Board Member Vince Koyak attended the meetings before the Transportation Board when we were looking at the intersection of Hammond Street and Woodland Road, and the neighbors throughout that entire neighborhood have serious safety concerns about the speed and the volume on Hammond Street as it relates. And we do have pedestrians attempting to cross at that location, as well as crossing down by Sewell Rec, where they're facing 4 lanes of traffic, fast moving traffic to try to cross over. There's a desire to, in fact, there is an improved plan to put in bicycle accommodations to make a road diet on that street to try to slow vehicles down, also changing the street configuration to actually, to achieve slower speeds. And this is one of the tools that we could use, a reduced speed limit, in order to achieve the goals that the neighbors were looking for as part of that. So we went through a multi-year study, a multi-year process to get that plan, and it's slowly moving its way through the CIP process. But there is a desire in that neighborhood to actually slow speed down on streets like Hammond Street as well. And right now it's posted at a 35 miles per hour, which is a very fast 4-lane highway, essentially cutting through Chestnut Hill.
Okay. Any other questions from the board before we open up for a public hearing? Okay, let's open it up for a public hearing, Devin.
The first person signed up for public comment is Mike Toffel. Mike, you've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable. Your 3 minutes will begin.
Hi, everyone. Since I'm hanging around for my later agenda items, I thought I'd ask a question here. Mike Toffel, town meeting member, precinct 8. I had a question for Len. On your slide, you mentioned, if I understood it correctly, that if this were to pass, that diminishments in speed limits would require a supermajority of the transportation board. Did I hear that correctly?
Yes, any decision made by the transportation board requires a supermajority vote. So generally 4 out of 6 votes.
And is that 4 out of 6?
So it's actually four members period must vote in order to pass anything. So 4 members is a quorum according to their special legislation of 6 members. And if 5 are there, you still need 4 to vote in favor. If only 4 is there, you still need 4 to vote in favor. That's written into the special legislation that created the transportation board. It's not a simple majority.
Is this the special legislation that created Brookline's transportation board?
Yes. Yep. So the Brookline Transportation Board was created by special legislation back in 1974 to create the board and give it certain powers that in other municipalities are given to the select board.
I see. Well, while you're considering going to the legislature, it would be out of scope in this round. I understand that. But while Tommy's here as well, it seems like requiring a supermajority to make our roads safer seems like we're putting the weight on the wrong side of the right here. So please consider whether that's appropriate going forward. Next time you amend this piece of legislation, thinking about whether we should wrap that into the same ask. It just seems like a weird anachronism to require such a high burden, a higher than majority burden, to make our roads safer. So that was just a question and a comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
did want to note that Deborah Brown had signed up for public comment, but she alerted me to the fact that Todd Corain had answered her question in his presentation. There are currently 12 attendees, and I am promoting Deborah now. Deborah, you've been promoted and your time will begin when you're ready.
Sure. Thank you, Devin. I actually changed my mind. One of the questions that I had was whether you looked at this data through a racial equity lens. And what I mean is that we know that people of color are disproportionately stopped. The majority of them are non-Brookline residents. Did you do some sort of overlay or analysis to see which roads they were using when they were stopped? And if you change the speed limit, will it result in more stops? Thus, arguably exacerbating allegations of disproportionate impact. The second question I had was, and it's sort of related to this one, what is Boston doing? What is Cambridge doing? What is Newton doing? Because if you're going from Newton at 35 miles an hour on Brookline Street to hit Newton Street in Brookline, that is 30 miles an hour, you can see how that's actually confusing. And I know we have no control over, our neighboring cities' traffic laws, but it seems like some sort of coordination might actually be helpful. So those are the questions that I mean, ultimately, reducing your speed in a residential area is only going to benefit everybody. I mean, whether you're talking about exhaust emissions or just, general safety or kids being able to run to school without parents worrying about how they're going to get there. So those are the kinds of questions that I have. And I don't think those are the kind of questions. I don't go to the transportation hearings. And I, I get the notices, but I go, I can't keep up with John Van Scoyac. I go to a lot of hearings, but right now transportation has not made my top 10 list. So I mean, I don't know how you guys, or whether you guys have looked at those issues through this kind of lens.
You have 30 seconds.
That's it. Thank you.
I don't blame you for not going to the transportation board meetings. Last night they went to quarter of midnight for their last meeting. But I'll answer the second question first. So all of our neighbors, the city of Boston, city of Cambridge, and city of Newton have all adopted the 25 mile per hour townwide or citywide statutory speed limit as well as about 30 other communities throughout the state. So we are in line with our neighbors with that respect. Boston was actually the first one to pilot it before it was passed by state law, and it was based off of that pilot that the state legislature made the change and allowed other communities to do it as well. In terms of the equity lens, Chris and Len joined, and that's more of a board question. I will tell you that I have it is something on my mind. Ultimately, what it comes down to with respect to this item is that exactly what you said. So this is going to make the streets safer for everybody, and for all users. But I think on transportation policy, I think the town as a whole needs to do better work with everything in the town, in looking at things through that sort of equity lens. And I've been fortunate to work a little bit with Raul and the task force, answering some of their questions and looking at some of the traffic data. And I think that between the task force and the reform committees and the work that they're doing, I think that's where we'll make the biggest change in terms of police and pulling people over. But it's certainly something that I think the transportation board can also start to look at and think about as well. But I'll defer to them for more detailed answers on that.
Tommy, are you raising your hand? Oh, you're just eating the cookie. I'm sorry. Nancy.
I was just going to comment. I know that a number of years ago, when neighbors were concerned about speed limit on Babcock Street and got it reduced, or maybe it wasn't Babcock, maybe it was another street, but that the enforcement focused for the first, I don't know, 3 months or whatever on education. Tickets were an issue. Maybe they gave warnings, but they wanted to educate people who were using the street that there was change. So would they do that again? Do you know? Does anyone know the answer to that?
I see Chris is here. You'd be the one to know, wouldn't you?
Well, yes and no. Thanks, Mr. Chair. Chris Dempsey, the chair of the Brookline Transportation Board. As you all know, the Transportation Board does not handle enforcement, and we would encourage the Select Board to encourage, in their role as police commissioners, to encourage the police department to take traffic enforcement seriously. And obviously, there are questions, and I know there's a whole set of conversations that I'm not going to get into around that, but we all want safer streets. I think we can agree on that. I will say that the Transportation Board does have a good relationship with the police department. We have regular attendance by a representative from the police department. And when we ask or request or encourage enforcement around a change that we are making to a road design or to a speed limit, that we are often, those suggestions are often welcomed. And I think generally the police department tries to agree with them and follow through on them. So I only have positive things to say about that relationship, but would certainly encourage, maybe a better phrase is the appropriate amount of enforcement to keep our streets safe.
Okay, this is a public hearing. Have we opened the public hearing yet? No.
Yes.
Oh, we have. Okay.
There are 12 attendees at this time, and no one has used the Q&A or hand raise feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Yeah. Hey, I apologize for that. It's getting late. Public hearings have been open and people have been speaking.
It does look like Deborah Brown would like to make an additional comment.
Okay.
Deborah, you've been promoted and your time will begin when you're ready.
Yeah, thank you. I wasn't sure that my questions were answered by the transportation board members. So that was my question.
So Deborah, I unfortunately was with the advisory committee and so I joined after your questions. Are you able to, well, with the chair's permission, are you able to very briefly restate them?
Sure. Very simply, it was, did you look at, well, one question got answered, but was answered. The other one was, did you look at the impact of the changes through a racial equity lens? Would it be more likely that people of color would be stopped as a result of these changes? And what could you do to mitigate that?
So that's a good question. And I can tell you that I was trying to think about that as I was going through the decision process. I cannot speak for other board members. And so I want to be careful not to sort of overpromise there. But the way that I think about it is that if the legislature approved this change, it would provide the transportation board with the ability to make our traffic regulations and policies, and in particular our speed limit, more consistent throughout town. And I would suggest, or maybe even a softer word, I might guess that the patchwork that we have today, and I think you saw an example in the slides that Len shared, where you enter the town of Brookline and there's a sign that says 25 miles per hour, and then just a few yards later there's a sign that says 35 miles per hour, creates the sort of confusing patchwork that for someone who feels unwelcome for any number of reasons in town or unfamiliar with our streets might find confusing and might find unhelpful to their ability to travel as a driver in town, and that a more consistent speed limit allows for more consistent enforcement and potentially measurement of that enforcement. Again, I say that knowing that those conversations are ongoing in town, and I'm not the expert on them, and I know that there's a lot of solid attention to them. But I suppose that's a very long answer to your question of, was it thought about? The answer is yes, at least speaking for myself.
Okay.
Add something to that too.
Sure.
So I've read the Reimagine Policing in Brookline report, and I think it brings up a lot of important questions. And certainly when reviewing this Warren article, those questions came to the front of my mind. And I'm in agreement with Chris that I think having more standard speed limits will potentially decrease the number of tickets and make it clear for drivers what the rules are.
Okay, thank you. Devin, is there anyone else in the queue who would like to speak?
No.
Okay, let's close the hearing.
Thank you.
Close the hearing, and any further discussion on Warrant Article 31, speed regulations? Okay, of course, we're not going to vote for this on this tonight, so we'll take this up at a later date. Thank you, Lynn Woolley and Chris Dempsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
You, Chair Green.
Thank you.
I know. So I see Meredith Mooney is here. Are you speaking on the outdoor dining warrant articles? Okay, let's go to warrant article 29 first, general bylaw on outdoor dining.
Sure. So the warrant articles 29 and 30 both relate to the future of outdoor dining. One's proposed amendments to the general bylaw and one to the zoning bylaw. So my presentation is just going to sort of present them together because they have the same objectives.
Okay, I think we need to vote them separately. So
okay. Yep.
So it doesn't affect your presentation.
Sure. Okay. So
vote and have a hearing separately.
all right. And I think of all the boards and committees that are going to hear this presentation, the select board has the most background knowledge and involvement with the temporary outdoor dining program that inspired these warrant articles. So I'm going to try to keep it high level and be respectful of everyone's time. So warrant articles 29 and 30 deal with the future of outdoor dining in town, sponsored by the planning department in order to achieve two strategic goals. So one, to broaden the set of options available to the town and the select board as we start to think about what our outdoor dining program is going to look like post-COVID. And then two, to lay the groundwork for a seamless transition from our temporary program to a longer term or permanent program down the road. So the select board is, you've lived this timeline. This is just the evolution of our temporary COVID era outdoor dining program. So currently we're April 1st is when the updated temporary regulations and guidelines, which the select board approved a few weeks ago, is going to go into effect. And those will expire at the end of December, unless, of course, the governor's state of emergency order expires. Prior to that, our temporary outdoor dining program is tied to the state's COVID state of emergency order and will expire 60 days after that. So it's not clear what the relationship is between our progress through the reopening and when the governor is going to lift that state of emergency order. But you know, we're making plans in the event that that ends up being lifted sooner in 2021 as opposed to later. So this timeline is based on the assumption that town meeting does approve these two warrant article proposals. So an alternative timeline would be if town meeting does not approve these in May, our temporary COVID era expanded outdoor dining program. So that's, I have examples of what the key differences are between the COVID program and from pre-COVID with our outdoor seating. But so if town meeting doesn't approve these, that temporary program will go away 60 days after the state of emergency order is lifted. We will have no way to accommodate restaurants because of the restrictions in both our general bylaw and zoning bylaw around where we can offer outdoor seating for how long we can accommodate outdoor seating. If town meeting does approve these warrant articles, we'll be returning to the select board, and I'm assuming having some back and forth late summer, early fall about what will our outdoor dining program look like as of January 2022. In general, the warrant articles 29 and 30 are proposing two things. One, extending the outdoor dining season. Our bylaw currently restricts outdoor dining to a maximum of 6 months. And through the temporary COVID program, we've been able to offer it year round. And then also to expand the number of areas where outdoor dining is allowed in town. And I have a couple of slides that give some visual examples of pre-COVID and our temporary COVID outdoor dining program. So pre-COVID, if you're a restaurant and you wanted to offer outdoor seating, you had two options. You could either use a private patio area that's on private property and it's part of your licensed premises. A good example of this would be Barcelona and Washington Square. The other example would be Public House. This photo is from pre-COVID, and they had outdoor dining that was on public sidewalk, but it was contiguous to their restaurant storefront. So during COVID, the biggest change in our outdoor dining policy has been these outdoor dining parking space parklets. And we have an example here from last summer about Fall Lemongrass and Coolidge Corner. And then other examples would be outdoor dining that is adjacent to, but not necessarily contiguous to the restaurant storefront. So examples of this would be the Hamilton back patio area is actually publicly owned property that's set back a little bit from the restaurant. And then Zaftig's was also on public property, kind of around the side of that building. And then Granio O'Malley's had outdoor dining in a private alleyway space that was next to their restaurant. So those are the key differences. In talking to other boards and committees, I think it's challenging to have a discussion about these warrant articles because people immediately want to get into sort of the nitty gritty about what's the fee structure, how many parking spaces are they allowed to take up, things like that. All the things that are included in the regulations and guidelines that will be developed if town meeting gives the select board and the town the authority to create a permanent expanded outdoor dining program. But what these proposals are doing, we're really just laying the groundwork so that we can retain some or all of our COVID era outdoor dining program. So we have options. Key considerations, potential benefits, especially in the short term. This is, we're still going through COVID. There's going to be a COVID recovery period. And this has been a really important lifeline for restaurants during this time. Longer term, something people really appreciated over this past summer with the expanded outdoor dining program is the added vibrancy and activity it brought to our commercial areas. And it also helps promote this cafe culture that organizations like the Coolidge Corner Merchants Association have been advocating for and trying to cultivate for the past decade. But these potential benefits would also come at with some trade-offs and potential costs. So one, this is going to, so the way the program is currently structured, restaurants participating are allotted 3 parking spaces, 2 full parking spaces, and 1 partial parking space to accommodate a transitional concrete jersey barrier. So you're taking away 3 parking spaces per restaurant participating in this program. And so that's going to further restrict the parking supply in our commercial areas, which was already a pain point, especially for local businesses pre-COVID. Also linked with this is the potential lost parking revenue. This was all stuff that you discussed last week or the week before with Commissioner Galantine about anticipated costs associated with this program. There is the potential for some of this lost parking revenue to be offset by additional meals tax revenue, but it certainly, I don't think would be a break-even situation for the town. So this chart will look familiar. It was included in the memo from Commissioner Galantine to inform the discussion about assessing a fee for the 2021 outdoor dining program. So this is just a refresher about anticipated costs, and these are specific to the remainder of the 2021 program. And there are some 12-month estimates in there just for reference if we're talking about continuing it in 2022. Estimated additional meals tax revenue is about $13,000. That is for the rest of the 2021 program. And then just a quick recap of other boards and committees that have weighed in. So the Small Business Development Committee and Economic Development Advisory Boards hit the ground running right after the warrant articles were filed, and both voted favorable action. And I was just at the Advisory Committee, which voted favorable action with the amendments proposed by the subcommittee, which were forwarded to the Select Board earlier today. I'm happy to pull that up on my screen for reference as well. And it was a vote in support, favorable action. So happy to take any questions.
Could you quickly put the advisory committee changes up on the board?
Sure.
I think they're fairly short, so.
Oh, they're in here. Okay. So for warrant article 29, which is amendments to the general bylaw, so they added 2 minor amendments after proper notice and hearing, and then also here, let me zoom in here. As the select board or its designee may determine. I think they just added that for clarification.
Yeah.
And then warrant article 30, which is the proposed amendments to the zoning bylaw. There was a Scribner's error. The second half of number 3 was cut off. So they added that back in. They checked with the town meeting moderators, said that was fine. And that is the only proposed change to warrant article 30.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. Should I keep sharing or?
No, anyone else think it's necessary?
No.
Okay, any questions from the select board? Nancy.
So I'm in favor of this in concept. My only concern is making sure that pedestrians with disabilities have an opportunity, can get by. It looked to me in one of those pictures that the space was awfully narrow for like a wheelchair, even one of those, larger chairs. And I would want to make sure that you have regulations that take that into account. I'm sure that the building department would look at that closely. I assume that they're in the ones who would be doing the approvals. Is that correct?
Yep. So the current approval chain, building, DPW, fire, health department.
Right. So I just want to make sure that the largest wheelchair you can imagine can get by. Some of those electric ones that are, a little bulkier and whatever.
That was especially making clear the expectations around providing accessibility with the expanded outdoor dining was definitely a reason that motivated staff to go back and update the guidelines for the 2021 program. And and we did have a conversation with Commission on Disability and got some really helpful feedback ahead of that.
Good. Okay.
Okay. Let's see, Devin, why don't we open up the hearing for warrant article 29 first, and unless people have questions on the select board, we'll vote afterwards. So Devin, is there anyone wanting to speak on warrant article 29?
At this time, there are 11 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay, John, are you trying to raise your hand or doing something? No, okay, sorry. You had your hand up in front of you. Okay, let's close that hearing. And are people ready to, Oh, we're not voting on this, so. Okay, let's, we could have done the two warrant articles together because we're not voting. I apologize. So let's open a hearing for warrant article 30 anyway, zoning bylaw, outdoor dining.
At this time, there are 11 attendees and no one has used the hand raise or Q&A feature to indicate they'd like to make a comment.
Okay. Any further discussion from the select board? If not, we will take up these two warrant articles for a vote at a future meeting. Thank you, Meredith.
Have a good night.
Mhm. Okay, it's getting late. Okay, warrant articles, further review and possible vote on the following warrant articles for the 2021 annual town meeting. So we start off with Article 8, residents of South Brookline restrictive covenant. Any discussion on that?
This will be a quick one because we've already taken that up. It was a mistake to put it back on the agenda.
Oh, okay.
Didn't we vote that already?
Yes.
If we
Yeah,
voted,
okay.
then let's move on. Warrant Article 22, agenda packets. It looks like Mike Toffel is here to talk about that.
Hi, everyone. Mike Toffel, town meeting member, precinct
Again.
8. Again. So I believe I presented this a week ago. So I'm here really to answer questions that you might have and also to provide one brief update that I've been in conversations with Devin, who's been super helpful. And we've also with AC been in conversations with Fang in IT. And it's my understanding that they agree that the timetable that we've added is feasible from their perspective. I forwarded that along to Devin. I'm not sure if Devin had a chance to forward that along to you. It's a part of the warrant, or part of the article, which basically sets two deadlines. One is by November 30th to implement this for a set of high priority in terms of wide public interest, public bodies. And then by February 1st for everyone else. And after a bunch of back and forth and conversations, I believe what I've heard over the last 2 days, both from Devin and from Fang, is that they agree this is a feasible timetable. There's an open question on the AC side where I'm advocating that they provide funding should staff decide they want to implement this by upgrading the software they have, which I'm told is clunky and outdated. That's a pending discussion on the AC side. My sense is that staff thinks that this can be done even without that funding. Although I think they recognize that at some point they're going to upgrade the software. They're just not sure whether it's in this fiscal year or the next. So I'll just stand by in case you have any questions.
Any questions or discussion from the select board?
This isn't so much a question, but I just want to thank the petitioner for working with town staff to come to a resolution that I think we all can live with.
Yeah, I'll second that. Okay. Unless there's unless there's some other discussion or questions, I'd like to move favorable action on warrant article 22. The agenda packets. All in favor? Nancy?
Aye.
Heather?
Aye.
John? Okay, you're muted and it looks like you didn't say either aye or nay.
Aye, thank you very much.
Oh, aye, okay.
Yep.
And Bernard, he says aye too. Okay, thank you. Next, warrant article 36, Committee on BFAC Progress. That's you again, Mike Toffel.
Hello.
Yeah,
Mike
by the
Toffel.
way, your explanation last time was clarified a lot for me, so I appreciate that. And all you're going to do is make phone calls. So the costs are the cost of phones, right?
Bernard,
Yes.
I'm sorry, before we move to this article, can I just confirm that you're accepting the petitioner's revised motion under that article and not
Oh,
the
I'm
original
sorry.
language?
Yeah, you want to vote again? I assumed we were.
I just want to make sure that we're clear on that so that we have the right vote.
Okay.
You're talking about Article 22?
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
Yeah. Everyone agree that we understood that was the revised language? Okay, good. Okay. Warrant Article 36. Mike, you have anything else to add?
Nope, just standing by in case any questions arise. Thank you.
Questions from the select board?
So have there been any revisions to this article?
No, not by me,
No.
and
No.
AC has not taken it up yet.
Oh, AC hasn't taken it up yet. Okay.
We may have to revisit it.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, let me just say that on this one, I'm supportive of the concept of the reports. I have no problem with that. But I think that, I don't want to be treated like a child. I feel like, people standing over us saying, finish it, finish it, finish it. I feel that we should do a report, but I don't know why we have to get it done before the warrant articles are filed. That doesn't, to me, make any sense. I mean, usually when you put a report in the combined reports, you do it by the date that the combined reports are due. And that's in, a few weeks before town meeting. And I think we should have that time to do that. So that's my only concern. I'm happy to have a conversation with any member of the BFAC committee about these things. And, I think we should, tackle these maybe one at a time and have them on our agenda periodically to talk about them so that we can have a report at the end of the, for the combined reports on what we're doing or what we're planning to do or what we don't think we should do or whatever. So I don't know. I just don't get the relationship there. So that's why I'm concerned about it.
You want to respond, Mike?
Sure. In fact, we had this exact conversation last week, but I'm happy to reiterate my response then, which still stands now, which is, as I pointed out, some of these recommendations, in order to get implemented, would require warrant articles to change our bylaws. And so the reason why these reports are timed to be delivered by the moderator committee before the warrant opens is to allow anyone, whether it's the select board or AC or individuals, the opportunity to read the report and decide whether in fact they want to propose a warrant article to propose how to implement one of the recommendations. So that's why the timing is such. Now, of course, by the time it comes around, I can't remember exactly the timing, August perhaps. Now that will have been roughly a year and a half after the BFAC report was issued. Now, if you're saying, well, it should be done not in August, but in September, well, okay, so it's a year and 7 months. So I'm not totally sure why it matters to you why it's a year and 6 months or a year and 7 months after the BFAC report was issued. Yes, it would give the moderator committee an additional month to do their work.
Well,
but remember, this is one of
it's more than a month. It's more than a month, Mike, because the combined reports would probably be in the fall town meeting due in the third week of October.
Oh, okay, so maybe 3 months. Yeah. Well, remember, these are status reports delivered in the next year.
I agree. We might have more to report. So, I think, I don't know. It just seems to me that I'm okay with the reporting. I'm fine with that. But I think that, the truth of the matter is that if we make it a report in October And, we write the report, we get whatever done that we can, and we write the report and it goes into the combined reports and whatever. And you have time to digest it. If it's due right before the close of the warrant, you wouldn't have time to do a warrant article anyway, most likely. So,
Well,
I don't know.
certainly two other points maybe to make just to help provide a little more context. One is these reports are not just necessarily backward looking. They can also refer to plans that each of the bodies have to take up and deliberate on recommendations. So if it's August and the select board says, we haven't gotten to number 17 yet, but we plan to get to that in September, well, then that's what the report will say. And should you get to it in September, Mel's reports in the Ford Town meeting have been very helpful in referencing BFAC and the progress that the select board and other bodies have made. So an update could easily be made of what happened since that report until town meeting by Mel's office. So there's lots of options to sort of help bridge that 2-month gap if that's your concern.
Okay, any further discussion?
But how would you know if we said, well, we have a plan but we didn't lay it out, we said, we're gonna make a plan, you wouldn't know whether to file a warrant article or not, because you wouldn't have the plan. So it doesn't, to me, it doesn't really, the tying it to the warrant article system is, I don't think, a good idea. But that's my only concern about it. I'm happy to do the report, and I hope that now that we're hopefully coming out of COVID and we don't have to devote so many resources and time and effort to making sure that Brookline is safe and our citizens are safe, and that we're all wearing masks and we're all doing this, the things that we need to be doing, and we can focus on other things that are important, like the BFAC report. And we've done some of it, as you know. We've done, I think one of the most important things we did was allocate money to the reserves. We'll continue to do that, and we'll look at the other things as well. But anyway, that's just my 2 cents. So if you want to put it in this form, I'll probably abstain because I do agree with the reporting of it. I have no problem with that.
Okay. Any further discussion?
I'll weigh in, and I'll try to keep it brief because we've spent way too long, in my opinion, on this subject between last week and this week. I find it a little overkill. I get the sentiment, but I think we have numerous examples of why it takes us as long as it does to get to things. All of us are part-time. COVID happened. We don't have enough staff to do everything that we want to do. So creating a warrant article that creates a separate body to look back at why something wasn't implemented, in this case, I don't think it's appropriate. So I will be voting against it.
Okay.
Chair Green, if I may. So it's not just two remarks, 2 thoughts on the prior 2 remarks. As I mentioned last week, this is not just about the select board, right? BFAC had recommendations that asked CTO&S, select board, advisory, school committee, and others to deliberate on the recommendations. So the prior 2 comments were very select board focused, and maybe that's just your viewpoint, but that's not what the moderator committee will be calling all of those other groups as well, not just the select board. That's the first point. The second point is Heather just referred to this.
There's nothing preventing them from taking it up right now if they wanted to.
That's right.
Yeah. Like we took up many of the proposals.
That's right.
Select board a year ago.
That's right. So right, but there's also, this is not about asking why haven't things happened. It's asking you for an update on what you've deliberated and what your decisions were and what your plans are to do further deliberation or implementation. It's really quite straightforward. I mean, you can layer on top of that if you want why things didn't happen, but that's not what's in the warrant article. And that's not what I imagine the charge of this moderator committee will be, because it's not in the warrant article. So you can oppose it for whatever reasons you want, but I would encourage you to oppose it for reasons that are in the warrant article, not for reasons that are outside the scope of the warrant article.
Okay, great. So I agree, I think, with Heather that this is a little overkill, babysitting us, but, I have no big, I'm not going to vote against it because I don't think it's necessarily too destructive. At any rate, I'd like to move favorable action if no one has any further discussion or questions.
I heard one abstention and one no.
Right, so they'll vote no or abstain.
Right, so if we have a vote that is 2-1-1 without Raul here, is that sufficient to endorse this?
Well, I don't know, maybe that's a parliamentarian question, but I think we have
a tie
quorum.
loses.
I'm sorry, Heather, was that you?
A tie loses.
A tie loses, but it's not a tie if there's an abstention. Well, okay.
Well, I have a suggestion. Maybe the advisory committee in its wisdom can come up with some, reasons why we should support this in this form or in another form. And maybe we should wait and see what they do. And we're going to end up taking it up anyway. And so then we're going to end up having a whole nother discussion. So we might as well just wait.
Okay, well, I like that proposal. Well, let's do that. Okay. Sorry, Mike.
You want me to come back a third time to your meeting?
One more.
This is what you get for being a petitioner.
It's
the
just
efficiency of government is sighing a big groan right now. But, okay,
it looks like all we're asking you to do is leave your living room for your looks like your gym.
I have to multitask while I'm watching these meetings.
Okay.
So
Okay,
will Devin kindly let me know when you schedule this next time?
Yeah,
sure.
Thank you.
Okay, final article. I'm sorry, but okay. Final article, Article 32, CPA Committee.
So when we last left the discussion on this article, there were some concerns that the board had heard from David Lescoyer. I see that he's in the attendee list, but he was not present last week. And I think that the question was whether or not the balance on the CPA committee, he had some concerns given the motion of the HAB that was subsequently adopted by the capital subcommittee of the advisory committee. So he is now here if you would like to hear the concerns that he's expressed.
Yes, we would.
Hi, David. You've been promoted to a panelist. You can unmute and share your video if you're comfortable, and your time will begin when you're ready.
Okay, unmute and video. Thank you so much for a small slice of time. I'll be very brief. It's late, and you guys are champions for working so many hours on all of these things. What the Select Board filed came as a recommendation from the Community Preservation Coalition. 186 communities are already out there with their committees. The draft that Melissa and Town Council reviewed and put on the warrant was certainly based on that. I'm not sure, I didn't compare it word by word, but it's very close to that. Now, it came with a warning from the executive director of the coalition saying that when towns and cities have eaten away at the 4 at large and designated other bodies, one or another, that it didn't always end so well. So he recommended very strongly, possibly having remembered actually what the warrant article looked like that came to town meeting in 2006, which I looked at. I thought it would be a simple matter to bring that back. But when I saw it, I thought that's not really what we want to be doing. And that's when I asked the coalition for their recommendation, something that's sort of state of the art for committees around the state. And so I think at this point, we should stay with that. The accumulated wisdom, it's road tested and has survived the test. It's time tested and road tested and vetted by many eyes and many times. So I would say stay with what you already have in the warrant. It's a very good model and will serve Brookline well. Thank you.
Okay,
Could I ask David a question?
yeah.
Sorry, I just demoted him. Wait 1 second.
Okay, I'm back.
Hi, David. This
Hi.
is Nancy. Good to see you, looking so well.
Thank you. I'm having a lot of fun with my therapy.
So educate me a little bit here. In terms of housing, we are required to have a BHA commissioner, correct?
Correct. That stems from the legislation as written and drafted in the year 2000.
Right.
At that
And
time,
the BHA focuses on affordable housing.
right.
Now, a HAB representative would focus on a broader range of housing, but I'm told that the CPA is designated only for affordable housing. It's only for 100% median income rather than, say, workforce housing or some of the other things that, you know, we would like to sort of expand the spectrum of housing for people who are on the lower end of the scale, but not necessarily at 100%. They may be at 125 or 150. Do you understand what I'm saying?
Yes, and that's exactly right. Any funds that are transferred from the community preservation account to the Affordable Housing Trust Fund will be accompanied, as is required by the law and by regulations from the Department of Revenue, to be accompanied by a grant agreement, which stipulates that the money that's coming from CPA must be used for CPA allowed purposes, 100% AMI and lower. So I think that indirectly it can help in achieving the workforce housing goals, in that these are resources that can be used to address the 100% AMI and less priorities, and possibly leave other resources from inclusionary zoning and other sources for that other priority.
Right.
Other than that, this money is in fact restricted to CPA allowed purposes, which are very broad and interesting in one sense, because one of the categories on housing is support, which means rental assistance, it means advocacy, it means possibly soft costs and staffing.
Right.
It's not just building housing.
Right. Okay, so in that sense, would the money be able to be used outside of the VHA, as for instance, the Kent Street project, which is, you know, we want to make 100% affordable?
Absolutely. Any group, a nonprofit group or any other group can apply, can submit a proposal and present to the committee and possibly get funding. So it doesn't say Housing Authority as a recipient, doesn't say HAB as a recipient, no.
And it couldn't be for any 40B project, for instance, because that's not 100% affordable in the
Exactly.
units.
Exactly. the chapter 40B, 44B would rule out chapter 40B projects for that reason.
Right, right, okay. But there's nothing to prevent us as a board from selecting a member of the HAB in the undesignated seats, correct?
Correct. I would urge the board to consider appointing a member of HAB to the Community Preservation Committee when it comes to that point.
Right.
But I think it has to be considered. It shouldn't be hardwired.
Right. And which are the other two seats that are the other mandatory seats?
The other mandatory are the Planning Board, Conservation Commission, Parks and Rec, and Historic Commission. There are a total of 5 designated and up to 4 at large.
So in other words, we're making a promise to the voters to consider all of the different uses and not to weigh heavily on one or the other, correct?
Correct. I definitely feel that it's important. I know that Green Space Alliance and other groups are coming with their voices for support. There's Dennis DeWitt has been very supportive. He was at the AC hearing. And interestingly, he said that he's on the State Historic Commission, and the communities that come for grants to the state that have CPA matches, that is really a leg up for them. And that's another way that Brookline is missing by not having a CPA.
Right.
Okay,
Okay, well, what my biggest concern, of adding, I think the Housing Advisory Board should be in the conversation. But my biggest concern is whether or not this could skew it for voters who want to see open space or want to see preservation or whatever, and they feel that the deck is stacked against them. That's what I would worry about.
Well, that's right. I think that this particular configuration that's specified by the CPA law has been around since 2000 and has worked quite well. And that's why the coalition is recommending it to Brookline.
Nancy, I want to remind the board, we'd only be moving this if the question passed. So we won't know the configuration as prescribed by town meeting until after the outcome of the election.
Right, of course. But I want, but the point is you want to be able to go to the electorate and say, the CPA can benefit these different areas and not feel that one is weighted more heavily than the other. I think it would be very important to put a member of the HAB, as a one of those members. I've forgotten what you call them. It's too late.
Members.
Pardon me?
Committee members.
The committee members who are undesignated. They're at large.
They're at large.
Yeah.
Right, and certainly HAB would be one to consider, but it's already come up as a topic of consideration, and I understand when the League of Women Voters has its forum on questions that there are likely to be questions about this.
Right.
Okay. So I'm sorry, you finished, Nancy?
Yeah.
Okay. So I see that Roger Blood and Mike Jacobs are asking to speak. Are you? I think we should hear from at least from Roger Blood. I guess Mike Jacobs. Any objection to that from the board? Okay, let's give them 2 minutes each because it's getting late and we need to end this meeting.
Actually, excuse me, Bernard, but Mike is he's both on the Brookline Housing Authority and the HAB, so he could serve 2 purposes.
Okay. No, but Roger says no. Okay, Roger, if you're gonna say that, you need to unmute.
Am I not unmuted?
Yeah, you're good.
You are now.
Yes, thank you. Well, I'll try to be not take more time than David did. And I did ask Mike to join because there's the question of the Housing Authority being the only housing seat, and whether there's something more that's needed. I'd like to cover several things as quickly as possible. The advisory subcommittee discussed this subject at considerable length and was concerned about the question of balance, as you've noticed. And after looking at the whole situation, they were satisfied that the addition of a sitting HAB member would actually add to the balance and not detract from it. And the long and short of that is there's 3 uses under the CPA. Green Parks and Green Space have 2 designated seats the way it stands now. And so having a BHA and a HAB member there would be 2 seats each. And the only thing that the advisory committee was satisfied with that. The only thing they added was a suggested sentence to the HAB amendment that the select board in appointing the at-large seats remaining seek to achieve additional balance because there would remain the consideration of preservation.
You have 30 seconds.
So I think that it's important that the HAB amendment and the inclusion of a HAB member adds to the balance and in no way detracts. From in passing, the question of who will support this at the polls, first of all, there was one assertion that HAB was making their support conditional upon this amendment. That's completely not true. There is total unconditional support by the HAB and all of its members. I think it ought to be safe to say that the historical preservation and green space people would also unconditionally support the referendum at the polls because it's going to bring significant funding and matching funds for all 3 uses, irrespective of this amendment.
You've reached 2 minutes and 20 seconds.
I don't know if Mike is up or not, or if he's not.
Let Mike finish it up.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Roger.
I will be quick. I think there's a simple reason for separating the seats. Look, the BHA focuses on a very, very different constituency than the HAB. We're really a subset of what the HAB does. We're focusing on a population that is the poorest in the town. It's 30% of AMI. We focus only on rental housing. The HAB goes up to 100% of AMI. It focuses on both rental and home ownership. In picking statutory seats, you're looking at expertise too. It's not just whether the CPA committee can fund 80% AMI or 100% AMI housing. You're looking to the individual members for expertise in making recommendations. So you're not looking to the BHA for making recommendations on home ownership housing. You're looking to the HAB and its expertise for making these recommendations. That's why you want HAB membership. When the legislators picked both a conservation and a parks and recreation as 2 open space, they recognized that they had different interests. They said these are both open space, but they recognize that there are separate interests, and we're asking you to recognize that there are separate interests in the housing designation as well. But you have to recognize that expertise is what we're talking about in terms of having a specific HAB slot. So that's what we're recommending here tonight. Thanks.
Okay, so way I'd like to set this up is we have a warrant article and then we have an amendment by the advisory committee. So I think we need to vote on the amendment first. Is that okay with everyone? Okay.
So can I just ask another question? I'm sorry.
Sure.
So you're saying that the housing would have 2, open space would have 2. Is that what you're saying? Because Parks and Rec and Conservation, but Preservation would only have 1?
You're muted.
So Nancy, the proposal, the warrant article follows the statute. So the statute requires that there's a member of the Conservation Commission, the Preservation Commission, the Planning Board, Park and Rec Commission, and Housing Authority. And the amendment is essentially reducing the number of at-large members and making that a Housing Advisory Board member. So we're following the statute and then amending for a Housing Authority member. That's the proposal.
Okay, good.
Does our amendment interfere in any way with the statutory scheme?
No.
And historic preservation, the advisory committee added that sort of recommending sentence at the end. They've only got one standing board in the town, so for the appointee from a board with that function, and the recommendation is that the select board take account of that fact when they appoint the at-large members, to give preservation perhaps an additional member through that at-large appointment.
Okay. Okay,
Can I ask one more question? I mean, I'm obviously, torn about this because I worry that I went through a CPA defeat once. I don't want to do it again in 2006. And I want the bill, I want the thing to pass. So I'll do anything to put the scheme in the best possible light to pass. I think there should be a Housing Advisory Board member. I do. But I don't want to do it if it's going to seem to some voters, like preservation or open space, that you're stacking the deck. So that's my only concern, really.
Okay.
And pardon?
No, go ahead.
So, and I think that was David's worry, if I read him correctly. And so, I want to do the best possible thing to get it to pass. And then we can, can appoint whoever we want. And I think we should appoint a Housing Advisory Board member. And we'll probably need to appoint somebody from the Preservation community as well, and not just the commission, so that we have more balance. I don't have a problem with that.
Okay, so go
that's
ahead.
That's my concern.
Okay, so it's understood that the select board could appoint someone from HAB, and maybe people just need to trust that we will do that. Okay, I move. Let's see. First vote is for favorable action on the advisory committee amendment. If that fails, then we're back to the warrant article as designed by the statute. Is that acceptable to everyone?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So I guess I move favorable action. Nancy.
Well, before you do, Bernard, would it be possible to, I guess, delay this until after the election so that we know whether or not it passed?
Well, this is a warrant article. I guess we could.
I think that's a great idea.
So that in the 2 weeks between the
I wish I could take the credit, but somebody suggested it to me.
Take the credit, Heather. But that's it's a 2, maybe 3 week period between the election and town meeting that we have to take.
I share Nancy's concern that we're kind of looking at the forest through the trees, and it feels like a win, but if it's going to cost us getting this across the finish line.
Yeah, even 1 or 2 votes, because it was, I think it was pretty tight last time.
Yeah.
So just so you're aware of the timing, you would miss the combined reports deadline, but you'd make the supplement.
That's fine.
No worse things could happen.
Right. Wouldn't be
Okay, so we'll put this off until then.
Okay, good. I like that.
Sorry to drag you guys out here, and it's not vote, but that's life. Okay, any further business of the select board? Seeing none, I will end this meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Good night.
Good night, everyone.